Affairs. It's home of the International Court of Justice. It's home of the International Criminal Court. Yugoslavian courts were here. It also has some EU institutions like Europol and Eurojust. And if you dig a little further, then the Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907 are, of course, some of the first formal statements on sort of the laws of war and crime under international law. We have two main branches, I would say. So we're based in a university, so we're doing academic research, organizing things under that flag, but we're also very much geared towards what we call think tank activities. So we want to reach out to a broader community, and an event such as this today is something that I think caters to both ends of that program. We also have a visiting fellowships program, which is one of our pride and joys, although in the last year and a half, for circumstances I probably do not have to explain to you, we have not been able to get people over. Hopefully we can restart that soon at some point. So our academic research, well, that doesn't really need a lot of illustration. Academics, what we do, we produce papers, we make books, some recent examples on the screen. And also we're very proud of our, what we call our flagship conference, sort of the Norms Conference, which is going into its 4th iteration in November, so November 9 to 11. You're still more than welcome to join us online, but that's something we're very proud of. And we organize here in the city of The Hague. We always try to have in this event, but also in most of our events, a combination of experienced researchers, junior researchers, so who are the talking heads of tomorrow. We always really like to know who those people are and get them into our conferences. Like I said, it also has a think tank function, so it's not just academic articles, it's not just the academic community we're aimed to. We also like to reach out to the policy community, the tech community, NGOs. We organize things here. We speak at other conferences. These are a few examples, and many of those you could now sort of put a big sticker online over. So that's what we've been doing for the last year. And we hope to contribute to the national debate, to the international debate, and the European debate. No man is an island unto its own. You can't have a program without the people. So these are the core team members at the top and the associate fellows we have around here. I'm not going to name all their names, but it is likely that you have been running into some of these names and faces throughout your wanderings in cyberspace. Lastly, for the Hague program at least, so this is where you can find us. We have a web presence. You can follow us on Twitter. If you can't get enough of that, you can also get our newsletter. We have a YouTube channel, and we've been dabbling, like many people in this field, with sort of trying to see if we can put a decent podcast together. It's up to you to decide whether we succeeded that or not. We are co-organizing this this event today with GEODE, and we're very proud to do so. I'm going to put on my glasses because now I'm looking over there. And we're very proud to do so. So GEODE is an institute within the University of Paris 8, within the French Institute of Geopolitics, and GEODE stands for, in English at least, the Geopolitics of the Datasphere. You will hear at the end of the day sort of the summary and sort of the overview of the day by Frédéric Douzet, so the director of GEODE. And as you can see from the slide, sort of GEODE draws its strength from not just the University of Paris 8, but also from different institutions, academic and otherwise, so drawing in knowledge and sort of really running a program that is broad and well organized. They have a research branch, with three main aims as they're facilitated here. So the cartography of the datasphere, cyber warfare, digital operations, and cyber policy and digital affairs. And the education part, so do master's program and do programs for professionals. They have quite an impressive range of things going on. In terms of rewards and recognition, there's a lot, so Center of Excellence by the French Ministry of Armed Forces, being able to tie different programs and people to them through different international corporations. and a few main projects which are really close to my heart. Those are things that we at the Hague Program are also very interested in. So you can see from their activities that it was a logical choice for us to cooperate together. What we're doing here now is also covered in this list. Frederik just told me that they're happily expanding the team. It's a growing community. There is a lot going on, and it's a very strong research group, and one of the few strong research groups on cyber policy and cyber conflict in Europe. We like to cooperate with all these groups, and we're happy to see that many of these institutes, like GEODE, are also reaching out across Europe to make not just a strong program in France, but also a strong program across Europe. All the way at the bottom, I'm always curious about it, 8 books in preparation and participation in many events. This is how academic life is. That's it for me. I think I'm handing over to Fabio Cristiano. Again, a warm welcome, and enjoy the day.
Okay, thanks Dennis, and welcome everybody. My name is Fabio Cristiano, and I'm a researcher with the Hague Program for Cyber Norms, and one of the kind of editors and coordinators for this project. Before moving into today's program and the first panel, I will briefly introduce the project and kind of reflect on the main aims and kind of the timeline, also to kind of trying to motivate all participants to work on the drafts and move ahead with the publication of the volume, as we will say. So the idea of the project is really pretty much related to the fact that we have observed how the emergence of AI technology has been questioning both the nature and operation of international conflict in cyberspace, so also in relation to the different categories such as defense, offense, agency, state, and so on. It also, for this very reason, introduced new geopolitical and strategic opportunities and threats for national defense and international competitions, and also points at the need of a specific normative, ethical, and legal frameworks so that these technologies can be regulated. Part of the project, actually the core of the project, is the edited volume, which explores these 3 sets of challenges and their interplay. And in fact, the volume is organized around these 3 main sets of challenges, which also constitute the 3 parts of the volume. The first is the conceptual and operational challenges. The second is geopolitical and strategic challenges, and the third is the normative legal challenges and also the ethical one. So the idea of this volume is really kind of to bring together scholars from different disciplines and to have a comprehensive focus, something which has been missing so far in terms of studying the relationship between AI and international conflict in cyberspace. And also, I think, very, very important to highlight, it also has a specific European focus, both in terms of the case studies, but primarily in terms of the kind of community which has been built around the project, and particularly with young scholars from different kind of European universities. A timeline. This event today is part of a broader history of the project, which started in March 2021 when we had the call for abstracts and the selection of abstracts. In May, we had a workshop with authors where they could actually ventilate their ideas and receive feedback from the editorial team. Today's conference, and to conclude on a very optimistic note, we plan to have a publication and book launch in Paris in spring 2022. And that's, again, a very optimistic note, but I think that's also why we are here, right? And so today's conference is the first public event. So all the events of the project have been, until now, open only to participants. So it's great to finally be able to kind of share the first insights and contributions to the broader audience. We'll be kind of providing a state-of-the-art state of the project, and see how the different contributions are developing, also on the basis of the previous events and feedback. We also want to stress the importance of today's event for kind of reflecting on interplay between the different challenges. So it's good to kind of think about cross synergies between the different contributions and panels. And that's why we are very much looking forward to feedback from fellow contributors and the audience. And again, as you will see from the program, the panels today mirror the three different parts of the book, which are the conceptual and operational challenges, again, geopolitical and strategic ones, and normative and legal challenges. So going back very quickly through the program, after this introduction from Dennis and myself, we will be starting with panel 1 with Andrew Dwyer, which will be joining us remotely. Then we have Joe Burton, and then Wesley, which will be joining us remotely, and Kacper. We'll have a break, and then at 11:30 we will start with the panel. And I think we will introduce the panels, maybe perhaps later. I think we can now move ahead with the first panel, and for today on conceptual and operational challenges. The idea is that we'll be having 15 minutes presentation for each of the presenters, and please, you can also introduce yourself before doing so. And then we'll be, after the presentation, we'll be taking questions from both the audience online and participants here in the room, and I will be asking them directly to the presenters. So I think, I hope that Andrew is already connected.
Hi, hopefully you'll be able to hear me.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. Help us understand these broader themes of AI systems to international conflict in cyberspace. And much work has currently focused on lethal autonomous systems or other forms of kinetic conflict where there is serious questions over lethality. However, I think there's a much more unsettling and broad-ranging consequence that we may want to think about, which is that computation and AI systems are introducing new norms that are going to subtly change how we perceive conflict in the future. And this is because norms are being calculated rather than being as conflict has existed. However, what I want to argue is that computation increases a recursivity that is not available to us completely. So we may think about how AI systems and some people are developing explainable AI. What I want to say is that explainable AI will get us some of the picture, but it will not get us far enough. And so, although we might want to invest in explainable technologies, or indeed talk about the human in the loop, what we must assess is that it's unknowable, not because we don't have enough data, but because computation itself, through recursion, is inaccessible. And conflict is full of doubt, of course, as much as Clausewitz talks about the doubt of war. And I argue with work such as Louis Moore on cloud ethics, that AI is also full of doubt. And so there is no knowable, plannable, kind of logical output that we might want to say that computation is going to do. And then this makes it really difficult to say, well, how do we control AI systems in conflict? And is that even possible? And so what I do is question the notion of decision to say, actually, what happens if there isn't a human in the loop, or if that human in the loop is not possible? So technology and conflict and control are really, really important. If we think back to pre-mechanization, there was technologies of horses, for example, and we might move through to more technologies of guns or even nuclear weapons. However, these are all based on a certain relationship with technology, which understands it as some sort of linear intent machine. And what I mean by it in more simple terms is that the technology does as the human intends. And so if you do X action, Y output is almost always to be expected, unless there's some sort of error or accident within that system. And this suggests that all technologies are knowable. And this is how I think we talk about computation. We use similar ways of thinking and then apply it and hope that if we just have a human in the loop, that we may be able to somehow exert our control on such processes. And so I think that the human is used as this exterior residue of what is possible. So the ethics, the accountability, responsibility is held in this human in the loop to apply onto computation. And even in really complex recursive systems, we use this analogy or way of thinking to say, if only we can introduce the human at certain points, we might be able to know what is going on, or at least limit and control what is going on. And in this paper, I don't necessarily linger on the autonomy and automation debate, because I think it introduces a divide that is not helpful in some regards to thinking about what computation is doing. It's much more on a gradient, and what I will try and say and argue is that AI introduces just greater recursion, but that recursive capacity is part of all of computation. It's just now we're starting to realize it might be superseding the limits that we think that humans should have. And the reason I make such a point is because computation is potentially recognizing conflicts in new ways. And as I said earlier, they're crafting new norms. So if we look at the picture on this slide, computation is recognizing this AI system. In this case, it will be a convolutional neural network, this is natural language processing. It's saying, this is an orange, this is a banana. We've all seen these images. But it's not recognizing these things on a way that we could truly understand the contours of the different pixelation colors. And so it might seem similar, but it's not quite the same. And this is because computation, through its recognition, and that what I mean by recognition is its capacity to interpret, to read the environment, and then act upon it, means that computational AI systems are really good. They help us do things because they have moved from deductive reasoning to an inductive reasoning, or is what Luciano Parisi calls abduction, as a speculative dimension of reasoning. And so here we're dealing with speculation, a reasoning which isn't necessarily the same as ours. And it means that particularly with machine learning algorithms, we have a real difficulty. And this difficulty, as philosopher Beatrice Fazzi calls it, is to be incommensurable. And so incommensurability is a feature of our new conflicts through AI systems. So, as I said, I'm going to use deep reinforcement learning to talk about this. And deep reinforcement learning simply, or reinforcement learning in general, is simply an agent that optimizes its activity based on rewards given for certain actions within an environment. However, this gets really difficult if you want to hard code everything. So one of the inventions of Google's DeepMind is to create AlphaGo Zero. And what they used were things called deep Q networks, which use these new machine learning techniques to approximate the values of those rewards. And this meant that AlphaGo Zero was able to beat players, really, really good players of Go, even though it's got millions of different potential actions which can't be hard-coded. And this means that reinforcement learning and deep reinforcement learning is particularly amenable to conflict because it can help us understand adversary actions particularly well, which other types of machine learning, such as unsupervised and supervised machine learning, cannot do in the same way. So what I'm going to do is talk about these in two different cases. So first, I'm going to talk about it for wargaming, for conflict. And here, it might seem apparent that it might be quite useful because if you've got different adversaries, you can model what they're doing. And what you can do in deep reinforcement learning is to build an environment. And this has been done with agent-based modeling for many years. But what reinforcement learning potentially offers is to expand this greatly and offer us an opportunity to understand how an agent may try and optimize against us. And so it may offer really new ways of simulating conflict. As I mentioned, we've got these environments, and these environments are really difficult to simulate. They're always abstractions. And if we think that computation has recognition that approximates or optimizes or is based on stochastic and probabilistic analysis, there are some implications for this. Do we rely on such outputs? Of course not. But what I want to make the claim is that the norms of this may slowly change how we perceive conflict. If we are left with this, what happens if we want to make our preparations more efficient? Well, then we might not rely on it for a particular operation, but it might slowly change how we streamline what's going on, which is based on those computational properties of optimization and probability. And then we have offensive cyber operations. And this is quite removed from the debates on laws or lethal autonomous weapons due to its lack of explicit connection with lethality. And this has been worked on by people such as Ben Buchanan and talking about automating of cyber operations. And there is seen to be real value in talking about reinforcement learning. However, from what I've just said, we might not want to use agents that might on live operations, especially in an age of persistent engagement. And this is because we might want to remain stealthy while we're not really sure what an agent would do if we were going to deploy these in real life operations. But they could be really useful in defending certain networks, identifying your weaknesses, or in wide-based exploits. So we could see widespread use of this by certain organizations to quickly exploit many systems. But we're not quite sure what's going on here. And so what all of this means is to say, well, how could we trace conflict in a world where there are agents as part of reinforcement learning? And what does that mean for the future of conflict? So, as I have mentioned, norms are going to become really important, and divergent norms between a human social reflexivity and a computational calculative reasoning
and they are going to grow increasingly incommensurable. And so to trace conflict becomes increasingly difficult. Where did a particular decision of a human to implement a particular system lead in a recursive output to a strategic action? That is going to be incredibly difficult to say who did what, how that decision came to be. And this is because, following Louis and Moore's work, these machine learning algorithms will take lots of context past and integrate them into the present. And so it's not going to be easy to disentangle or kind of do an audit of what may have happened if there is an error which we may identify or what we might call as an error. And so in tracing conflict, what happens if there is what we perceive as an error? How do we trace it? And I think this really raises big conceptual questions about, well, what is conflict if you have artificial agents doing it? And I use Emmanuel Levinas to say, well, we may be losing either face of the other. And so that sounds rather philosophical, but what I want to make the argument with this is say, well, in conflict, we often think about the human other. We have a relationship to our own lives, our mortality, but computation doesn't recognize that in the same way that we do. And so what is conflict when it is devoid of human passions, human emotions in the same way that we might understand it? And that for me is really problematic about how we might think of conflict if it is optimized. What does optimization look like to a computational algorithm? Yes, we might be able to say, don't potentially kill a particular human or other thing, but what does optimization look like? What sort of harms may come out of that? And so we are all kind of implicated across these systems, because where is that data coming? Autonomous weapons in AI systems. And I think this volume really helps us move in different ways to this by focusing on cyberspace. And so my paper will be, or my chapter will be saying, well, where is conflict taking place? Well, it might be taking place away from the front line as we understand it, on cloud servers in military bases. What's the implication of that to our relationship? Could we use thinking from drone warfare to think a bit more about this? And how is conflict being conducted? Is it that we're happy to have AI systems in the background in our strategic thinking with the potential changes to norms, or are we happy to have agents in cyberspace conducting offensive operations? What are the implications of that? And by who? And this is where the human in the loop and my claim death of the human in the loop comes. Where are you going to insert the human? How could they possibly know all of the context and all the recursive probabilities and approximations of a machine learning algorithm? We have some explainability, but that will be really unknown. Maybe that's not an issue because conflict has always been unknowable. But I think it's something that we should really reflexively think about a bit more. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Perfectly on time. I will say a few things about the Q&A session at the end of the panel, because I did not do so before. So you will see that there is a live chat box on the streaming, and you can actually ask your questions there. And please mention your name and association when asking question. Also keep it short and sweet, and I would like to stress particularly the short part of this. And also, if you're asking a question for a specific panelist or for the entire panel, just mention so that we can address your question directly to the panelists. And we'll also have, of course, the possibility to have questions from the audience here. This will be done without a microphone, so you will have to be very loud, or I will have to paraphrase your questions, but I'm sure we'll find a way to do so. Now I think it's time to move to our second presentation by Joe, and please do not forget to introduce yourself also before starting. So please, Joe.
Okay, do I need a clicker or?
Yes, absolutely, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks very much indeed for the invitation. Thanks to Dennis and Fabio and Corianne and others for organising this event. I think it's great to be part of this conversation on artificial intelligence and international cyber conflict. My name's Joe Burton. I'm a senior lecturer at the New Zealand Institute for Security and Crime Science at the University of Waikato in New Zealand. I'm also here in Europe, very gratefully for the last couple of years doing a project funded by the European Commission, a Marie Curie Fellowship on the strategic culture of cyber warfare, and the part of the research I'll present today really stems from some of the theoretical work that I've been doing in this project. So my presentation is entitled Algorithmic Extremism, the Securitization of Artificial Intelligence and its Impact on Radicalization or Radicalism, Polarization and Political Violence. And really, just to give you a bit of background, first of all, we know, as Andrew and others have said, that artificial intelligence is now deployed in a variety of national security contexts, including in border control and management, counter-terrorism, military operations, and also in national cyber defence and offence. And artificial intelligence and automation, I think I find most commonly, are framed as tools to actually counter violent extremism and terrorist groups. And we see use cases around predictive policing, programs such as the PRISM program implemented by the NSA after 9/11 to use automated tools for mass surveillance, the use of automated functions in drones, for example. But really, I guess where my research comes from, this paper comes from, is posing the sort of counter question. Well, what if the opposite is true? Does AI in some way contribute to extremism? Does it contribute to polarization and radical beliefs? And are there circumstances in which is either caused directly or at least exacerbated existing political violence or political conflicts? So posing this sort of the other side of the question was, I thought, an interesting and useful thing to do, especially in the context where there are growing ethical concerns, and particularly racial concerns about racism in AI and the use of these kind of technologies. So that's really the background and the research question that I'm posing in the paper. And I make a couple of, four sort of core arguments, if you like, two empirical and two theoretical. I guess the central argument of the paper is that AI and algorithms aren't just tools deployed by national security agents to prevent malicious activity online, but in various use cases they contribute to polarization, radicalism and political violence themselves. I think a lot of this stems from the fact that artificial intelligence has been securitized by a variety of state and non-state actors in ways that has been destabilizing, has caused political and social divisions and resentment, and really exacerbated racial, ethnic and social divides. At a more theoretical level, I would argue that AI is not just an apolitical technical tool that's used by agencies, but it's actually emerged out of the same divisive and violent context in which it's now being used and deployed, and particularly it's been shaped by the context in which the science has been developed. And this, I think, applies to a wider argument about cyber conflict, the changing nature of cyber conflict, which we're here to discuss today. It's not just about military or intelligence operations or contexts. I think AI-enabled cyber conflict has really targeted people, has wider cognitive and societal impacts, and is very much a human and societal security concern as much as it is a national security concern. Let me just briefly outline the kind of theoretical framework for the paper, which is securitization. I think securitization is integral to AI's deployment in the modern context. Securitization, I'm referring mainly to the Copenhagen school of thought. This is the process in which political actors use discourse, narratives and framings to construct or highlight existential threats, terrorism, for example, to a referent object, i.e. the state, which are then used to implement special or emergency political measures. And I think securitization can in itself contribute to polarization. If you frame an adversary in a particular way, that can be very polarizing. It can be used to justify the special measures. If we think about the threat from terrorism, for example, we use the language of the war on terror to justify mass surveillance in the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And securitization can be a process that leads to the targeting of particular ethnic identity groups for special measures, and this in itself, I think, can contribute to political polarization in our societies. Technology has, for quite a long time in the academic literature, been associated with securitization. And again, modern AI technologies, I think, emerged out of highly securitized contexts. If we think about the Turing machine, for example, which provided the foundation for modern AI, automated and algorithmic computing, this emerged out of a civilizational and racialized conflict with the Nazi regime. Subsequent to that, during the Cold War, we had very centralized and powerful national security agencies really trying to develop these technologies, working on the possibilities that AI might provide, particularly for surveillance and warfighting purposes in the context of the Cold War. I would argue AI securitization has at a technological level has also been very much framed by media depictions. You know, we're all familiar with the Terminator films, but in lots of Hollywood movies and in lots of popular media, we see AI depicted in a certain way. It's a threat to an existential threat to a referent object, whether that's human civilization or the state. And I think the lack of trust sometimes that we have in machines, the fears associated with them, their often association with biological, nuclear and genetic threats to humankind, has contributed to a desire on the part of governments really to control the technology and have agency over it and use it in certain ways. And these sort of concerns have been recognised in the literature under this banner, socio-technological imaginaries. The way we think about technology, the way we imagine it actually begins to affect its use and feeds very much into policy. I would also argue that this technological securitization really hinged from the Cold War period. During the post-9/11 period, debates about AI have accelerated as the technology itself has matured. So as we've made big breakthroughs in this technology, we've done so in a context of a global civilizational tension between the West and the Islamic world over the war on terror. Fears of terrorism, I think, displaced the fears over the threats from the Soviet Union in the post-Cold War era, and again, racial, ethnic, civilizational conflict was central to that. We had security agencies beginning to use AI, again, for mass surveillance purposes, which was very politically divisive in the US and internationally. And arguably, US overreach in this area fed into what I would describe as wider societal security dilemmas, which include fear and mistrust between identity groups within society and wider public mistrust both in big tech and the US and indeed other governments. If we look at the wider technological securitization of the war on terror when it comes to AI and automation, we've of course seen this narrative about drones and the West's ability to control uncivilized people in the context of the war on terror where these technologies have been deployed. And we've also had this converging technological development in the homeland security era where very much borders, policing, immigration has become securitized through the application of AI and automated technologies, not least facial recognition and biometrics and so on and so forth. This conference is about cyber conflict, right? And of course, one of the modern uses and securitization processes around AI has been in cyber and information warfare. And we've seen lots of examples of this. The Cambridge Analytica case, for example, was an example of people using techniques which have been pioneered for psychological warfare in Afghanistan in election processes. We've seen automated process combined with big data, including social media, to create political effects centered around polarization, the encouragement of radical beliefs, and the manipulation of identity groups. Algorithms that existed within the Facebook ecosystem during this period have been exploited to direct people towards content, including fake accounts and fake news stories, that has encouraged polarization and political division. And we've seen state actors deliberately using information operations to manipulate opinion, degrade public trust in electoral processes and candidates, discredit political leadership, deepen divisions in the US and other countries, and influence through racially charged narratives the way people have voted. AI and algorithms have been used to micro-target social media users based on their online behaviour in order to engender emotional reactions, oftentimes, to racially charged and nationalistic narratives that have, for example, favoured UK separatism from the EU or Trumpian white nationalism. And AI has closely intersected, I think, with the politics of race and these increased concerns and tensions that we have over racism in our modern society. Algorithms have been responsible for directing people to join far-right groups online. TikTok has been used, automated processes in TikTok have been used to bring extremist groups together and to organise them into political violence, as we saw at the US Capitol in January this year. And again, in the justice sector and police sector, algorithms have already been criticised for engendering racial and gender bias in jury selection, predictive policing efforts, and for targeting minority communities for policing and control. A lot of these problems, again, stem from the nature of the technology itself. And again, here my argument is the technology is not neutral. It emerges out of these political contexts. The design process of AI, unfortunately, too often fails to account for racial bias and impact, including managing risk and ethical processes. The classification of AI and national security considerations prevents openness and transparency, often in their design, something Andrew just alluded to. And the knowledge, capability, and technology, as it proliferates, there will be algorithms and AI that will be designed by those with radical beliefs or racist beliefs and by people committed to violence or seeking to encourage polarization. I'm sure that that's something that's going to happen in the coming years. And as has been said multiple times, the data that AI relies on is not politically or socially neutral. It reflects the biases that we have in society. Particularly, coming from New Zealand, there's increased concerns over issues around digital colonialism, how the Maori community, indigenous communities around the world don't have the data protections that they should, and calls for new controls and new policies and new frameworks to give them that the right to control their data in ways that's beneficial to their own communities. So by way of conclusion, just to wrap up, the paper's again in development thanks to colleagues at the Hague Program for helping me develop it. The securitization of AI, the way it's been framed, the political context in which it has emerged, has influenced how it has been used. Apologies for the typos in this slide. It has been used in a variety of ways that have contributed to polarization. And I would argue perhaps particularly when it comes to information operations and cyber conflict, AI has been hyper-securitized and weaponized, especially through the sorts of operations that, for example, the Putin regime have been running. Let me make this final point. Cyber conflict is changing just as the broader nature of conflict is changing, and I think we should be thinking as a research community about what international cyber conflict means. I think it's as much about people, human rights, cohesive societies, and the potential for AI to be used to undermine those things, as it is about conflict between nation states and geopolitical competition. So I'll leave it there. Again, thank you very much for the invite to participate, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, Fabio.
Okay, thank you, Joe, and for an interesting presentation. I think it's now time to move to our last presentation from Kacper, who's joining us here, and I think Wesley should be connected there. Thank you, Wesley, for joining us. I understand it's very early in the morning, so we are very glad that you could join us. I think, Kacper, you are starting, right? And I think it would be good also if you can introduce yourself before going to the paper. Thanks.
Okay. So, can I?
Yeah, I think the slides will be now on the screen,
Right.
and but they will at home they will be able to see Wesley as well. So we are not losing him totally.
Good morning, or good evening, or good night, Wesley. It's 4 a.m. where you're sitting. So let me introduce both of us because we'll be sharing the slides later. So my colleague Wesley Moy is a professor at Johns Hopkins University at Global Security Studies program, and he's a retired U.S. Army intelligence officer and later the high-ranking official in the Department of Homeland Security in the U.S. And I work both, I'm sharing my time between UCL, where I work at the Department of Security and Crime Science as a senior research fellow, and also at the University of Colorado Boulder. And both of us are intelligence analysts, so we are a member of the organization called IALEA, which stands for the International Association of Law Enforcement Intelligence Analysts, and this is how our collaboration started. And for the last year and a half, we've been working mostly on research projects and publications related to the malign foreign influence, especially in the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis. So moving forward, I don't think that with this audience, both present here in the room and online, there is a need to go into the definitions of what hybrid warfare is, but the main motivation, just to explain that, is to destabilize the target population without perceived involvement and while maintaining the plausible deniability to avoid retribution and responsibility. So one of the strategies or methods within the whole concept of hybrid warfare is to target populations alongside the societal divides. And what we're experiencing now during the COVID-19 crisis is that these divisions became exacerbated by the health crisis, and they became a fertile ground for propaganda and disinformation tactics of various actors, and propaganda and disinformation are being a part of the hybrid warfare arsenal. So moving to the definitions, I don't want to speak too long about definitions and typologies. I really like the quote from Sir Edmund Leach, the famous Cambridge anthropologist, who compared creating academic typologies to, he called it the glorified version of collecting butterflies. But regardless of that, it's an important first step, I think, and especially when you're dealing with those terms here, disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation, and they really have there are different intentions behind them. You would be surprised how often those terms are being confused or used interchangeably as if though they are being synonyms, and they certainly are not. So those things that are listed here on the slide, disinformation, which is the false information distributed or propagated with a direct intention to cause harm, and misinformation, which is also false, but the motivation behind that is more benign because it's not distributed or broadcasted to cause harm. It's rather with the intention of doing good, but unknowingly to the person behind that information is wrong, false, or harmful. And there is the malinformation, the third, the least known aspect of the genuine information, which is broadcasted to cause harm. So they all fit under the umbrella of so-called infodemics. So this is a term that was not designed recently. It was back in 2003 during the original first SARS crisis. The term was coined by the guy called Rotkopf. But it's now being accepted by the WHO and CDC's community to describe or address the information overflow. And just a final definitional thing, that within that community of infodemics managers, they generally, or we generally reject the term of fake news as being too much related to or linked with news reporting, and is used usually by politicians to discredit the media. Of course, again, so we live, like, especially now in the era where this or misinformation or infodemics are omnipresent, and we could see the intensification of disinformation campaigns, plus the increase in the propagation of conspiracy theories during the health crisis. And they all were in the highly polarized and highly linked due to social media society. They amplify the negative emotions such as fear, anxiety, or insecurity. And people who are experiencing that become more prone to being manipulated, which makes them both a perfect target, but also a perfect tool or a vehicle to broadcast or share that propaganda or disinformation widely, which again falls into the wider scheme of a hybrid warfare. So now I would move on to Wesley. So I hope he can take over the further part of the presentation, and I will be swapping the slides. Can you hear us, Wesley?
Yes, Kacper, thank you very much. We'll move on to where is the disinformation in cyberspace coming from? There's been a lot written about friends and family sharing misinformation, online experts, particularly related to the anti-vaxxers. But what we want to talk about today, of course, is state actors and conflict in cyberspace. We want to take a look at what they're trying to achieve and their past activity, and Kacper mentioned hybrid warfare as context for their actions in cyberspace. So let's take a look at some of the big drivers and really the three big actors generating, excuse me, misinformation and the conflict in cyberspace. First, we'll take a look at Russia. The U.S. intelligence community has stated that Russia's main objective is to undermine democratic legitimacy throughout the West, actually throughout the world. And this has been a prolonged effort. Putin perceives the greatest threat to Russia being Western democracy. They've conducted regular covert actions, including spreading misinformation in cyberspace, as well as political assassinations, and of course, military action. Use of a health crisis such as COVID is not new. Back in 1983, the USSR conducted Operation Infection, which was misinformation related to the spread of HIV/AIDS. And in parts of the world, there are remnants of this propaganda still resonating. So misinformation in cyberspace is part of hybrid warfare, and this includes the Russian media outlets, RT, as well as Sputnik. Everyone here will know, of course, of the use of surrogates like little green men, meaning the Wagner group. Well, there's other surrogates, such as cyber criminals, which are operating with at least tacit consent from the Russian government. But unlike the private military companies, they seem to be able to operate in a self-funding mechanism. That is, ransomware, identity theft, a lot of these things. China aspires to be the leading country in all instruments of national power by 2035. And they operate internationally under a different set of principles than just what's normally accepted here in the West. They conduct predatory economic practices, disregard for human rights, and they undermine global norms, such as conducting economic espionage. In 2019, the US Attorney General William Barr estimated the cost of Chinese espionage, including cyber espionage, against the United States as $600 billion annually. I've seen another estimate, which includes the present value of future lost revenue at over $1 trillion annually. So huge economic cost. This, of course, is more than a GDP of most of the countries in the world. The priorities for China's development in espionage are robotics, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. One of the things that we've seen recently also is trying to catch up with mRNA technology. They recently conducted cyber espionage against Moderna, trying to get the mRNA, trying to catch up with mRNA. They've had a lot of successes in the cyber realm with espionage, including major military systems. Now, moving on to the United States as a source of misinformation in cyberspace, they have very different, there's very different motivations for all of the misinformation around. And creating misinformation is pushed into cyberspace. U.S. Society is deeply polarized, and a lot of this is centered around the competition between political parties. Part of the problem is 75% of the population here believes that they can distinguish between misinformation and true information, and usually that's not the case. The chaos is related to COVID and is amplified by conspiracy theories. People are dying, and at the same time, with their last breath, they're disbelieving that COVID even exists. We've had people check in with COVID into intensive care units, asking for a vaccination immediately. Of course, and that doesn't work. And of course, a lot of this misinformation online spills over into the rest of the world. But the effects are disbelief in science and then political and societal gridlock. Artificial intelligence is a double-edged sword. We can take a look at that. The AI role can both generate good information as well and misinformation, but it's used also to generate and detect misinformation. The UN Commissioner for Human Rights has called for a moratorium on artificial intelligence systems that put human rights at risk. It's been mentioned already that AI can have racial and ethnic bias embedded in it because of how they are trained. The tools try to predict outcomes, and these have impacts on areas such as welfare benefits, loan access, childcare, and potentially affects human rights. Used by law enforcement agencies to predict crime also can be affected by these racial and ethnic biases. Chinese mass surveillance, of course, has risen to the forefront, using facial recognition and automated Uyghur alarms to detect movement of the ethnic minority there. And then the U.S. National Security Commission recently released their study on AI-generated text and how that can be used to basically spoof AI systems into producing bad outcomes. Let's take a look at some of the AI approaches. Really, there are two main ones: generative adversarial networks and large language models. The generative adversarial networks basically use two methods simultaneously. The first one is to generate text or images and based on large data sets. And when I mean large data sets, for example, the entire Wikipedia plus many more sources of information are used to train these generative adversarial, the generative models. Simultaneously, a discriminator model is used to test the validity or seemingly validity of the material produced by the generative model. When the generative model can fool the discriminator more than half the time, it's considered able to produce plausible examples. The second main generator or used artificial intelligence model is large language models. They're used to generate text, and uses include machine translation and answering machines. So between the two, these are the main engines, at least now, for artificial intelligence. And I'll turn this back here to Kacper.
Right, so moving on very quickly, because I think we're running out of time. Okay, so our chapter or paper describes several approaches to dis and misinformation from the point of view of artificial intelligence. So the approaches that we describe, just to summarize them fairly quickly, are the content-based approaches, which are mostly knowledge graphs, which per se are methods that are time-consuming and retroactive, and they based mostly on or rely mostly on fact-checking sites, We also address the so-called social response approaches, which study or analyze how users react to the posts or information that they come across online, and they assess the correlation between their reaction to the post and the the truthfulness or falseness of the information. The hybrid approach that we describe combine the social response approach of the users with their own characteristics. So in some of the models, each of the users is getting so-called suspiciousness score based on their interaction with the post and within the system. And then the information is rated by the so-called suspiciousness score, sum of those reactions of the users interacting with them. And the next approaches that we describe is the graph approach, which shows how the information actually spreads, how it's propagated through the network. Because there is that concept that false information spreads in a different way, in a different fashion than the genuine information. So they have different pathways and different interactions of the users in the network than in the case of the genuine info. And the multimodal approach that we address in our chapter incorporates the information from multiple modalities to build better predictive models. So in the simplest form, it might be the combination of the visual and textual slide, and also the final section of our chapter is about the modeling. So we address 3 different issues. So we describe how links between social agents in the network are formed, which of them emerge naturally, and which are most likely to be engineered also artificially by malicious actors. The second thing we at some stage, including in the identification of social agents standing behind that are most likely to help mis or disinformation to spread. And finally, we address the issue of influencing opinions and actions in a modeling scheme. So we address the problem of how the access to information influences the opinions of social agents within the network, and how malicious agents can shape the information, its sources, timing, and dynamics to maximize the impact and the effectiveness of adversarial campaigns. So for those of you who are interested in our work, you know, this is the list of papers that we either published or are in print from the last year and a half that we focused our research on, and we will be happy to answer your additional questions on email if you would like to reach out to us. So thank you very much, and thank you, Wesley. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you, Kacper, and thank you, Wesley. I hope you can hear us. Thank you for the remote. I think it's now time for us to move towards the Q&A session. I would kindly remind the audience online to kind of share their questions in the chat box, and the audience here to kind of raise their hands if you have questions and wants to participate to the debate. I have a question coming from one of the online participants, Jussi Laatikainen from Leiden University, who's asking, a question is for Kacper and Wesley. How would you categorize an article where information in text is correct, but it's framed as a false message, for instance, in the picture, right? So this is a very much of I think, an operational question, kind of. So I don't know if you want...
Could you repeat the first part?
Yeah, so how would you categorize an article, right, in terms of disinformation and misinformation, I believe, where the information in the text, right, in the written text is correct, but there is other information that is not correct, such as images which contain false information, false fabricated images, right? So when there is some sort of kind of ambiguity about the trust.
Within one piece of information.
Yes, yeah, that when it comes together, right? And you have text and images, how do you kind of draw the line between what is disinformation and misinformation in a case like this? That's, I believe, what
sure,
is being asked.
So within that multimodal approach, you can actually, in the same time or in parallel, address and analyze the textual information on the one side, so you can categorize it as being benign or genuine or true, and then mark or flag the visual information that is within the same piece of information as being false. I don't know if you've answered your question. Maybe Wesley would have something to add.
I would add to that that's a combination of misinformation, which is taken and moved into the disinformation category. So that's partially true information, but the intent there is to cause harm. And I think that's the key thing is intent. What is that actor using the information trying to do?
Okay, thank you, Wesley. I think we do not have questions coming from the audience, but I have Simona, perhaps you want to ask a question, yeah? And I will repeat it for the online audience, maybe.
Yes, of course. Simona Soare with IISS. I have questions actually for all three panelists, and thank you so much for sharing your insights and your research with us. It was fascinating. For Andrew, I'm just thinking in terms of the fact that we're now preparing for a multi-domain operations, whole of government approach. I'm thinking about how you can operationalize the human in the loop. When human in the loop, for instance, in the military, could have implications and could actually make decisions for a wider range of actions. Or an information operation would unfold. So at which point would you use artificial intelligence and for what purposes? I'm just thinking here misinformation, right, or disinformation, but there are broad topics. And quite frankly, I think that there's a lot of preparedness that goes into misinformation campaign, whereas artificial intelligence, I could see it right at the end, or perhaps in more limited uses along the way, but I'd be really interested in your insights on this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Simona. I think that the best way to go about this, I will perhaps rephrase the question for Andrew, who's not here, and I wonder if the audience online could hear the questions, but I will just rephrase the question for him, and then perhaps you can, before answering the question, you can actually rephrase it yourself. Okay, so for Andrew, the question from Simona Soare, which is also a contributor to our volume, is about really the practical way in which you can operationalize the concept of the human in the loop in the context of defense, law enforcement, and so on. So how do you see the kind of the ways in which this can be operationalized in those contexts? And I think it's a way also for bridging the kind of more conceptual discussion that you are having with the operational one, which is also part of this panel and of the part of the book as well. So I think it would be nice if you can kind of integrate your presentation with that aspect. which I know it's very much kind of touched upon in your chapter. So I think it would be nice if you can also refer it to here.
Yes, thank you for that question, Simona. So I think it's really important to think about how the human in the loop operates. So we can talk about human in the loop in terms of, well, there are decisions that organizations make, and those organizations all will come together and they'll have some sort of interaction. But what I'm doing in my chapter is saying, well, yes, you can have those events, but who are you using and what do they know about the system in the first place? So yes, you can have this figurative human in the loop that will give us some sense of accountability and responsibility. And of course, that means that it might be able to stop some more erroneous things happening. But what I'm claiming in the chapter is that actually, well, they're never going to be able to understand what the true implications of this action might be and what these might be changing of norms. So it might be a bit more of a longer time horizon. It's not to say that the human in the loop shouldn't exist, right? Because that would be a ludicrous suggestion to make. But what I'm saying is that, well, there's always going to be unknowability. We've got to deal with this doubt. And we can't say that if someone makes that decision, that they truly know what that decision means. And I think that's a real challenge because all of our work is saying, well, you are responsible. What happens when we can't say you are responsible? And that's a broader societal challenge that I don't have the immediate answer to. So talking about operationalization is to say, yes, let's keep it, but how do we embed doubt within all the decisions that we make? And that's a really tricky one to deal with. But that's about as I think that's what you were trying to ask. And apologies if I got it completely wrong.
Thank you, Andrew. Joe?
Yeah, thanks, Fabio, and thanks, Dr. Soare, for the excellent question. For the benefit of the online audience, Dr. Soare asked if artificial intelligence has been securitized with unhelpful consequences. How do we then, walk that back? And walking that back in academic parlance has a term, and it's called desecuritization, which is how you move away from securitization. There is an academic literature on over-securitization, hyper-securitization, where things have been securitized too far, and there has been a very small academic literature on the opposite of that process, desecuritization. I've written about this in a cybersecurity context. I wrote an article in Journal of Cyber Policy, which is called Desecuritizing Cyber Security, which goes into some of those dynamics more in a general cybersecurity context. That work, I haven't done that work yet as applied to artificial intelligence, but I think I would be keen to do so. One of the main ways you can do it is through a process of re-articulation. And this is what the scholar Leen Hansen talks about, who's talked about desecuritization in other contexts. If securitization involves a speech act, discourse, language, the way we frame things, then we've got to re-articulate how we talk about, how we frame artificial intelligence. We've got to talk about it in a more positive sense. We've got to stop using AI to cause fear, to cause security dilemmas. We've got to make sure that societal actors have a role in the governance of artificial intelligence, and it's not just a field which is dominated by the military and intelligence agencies. Those agencies need to have a role in developing and deploying artificial intelligence, but I would argue they've, again, overreached, and the effects of what they've done has spilled over into society and caused human rights concerns. So desecuritization, I think, fundamentally involves re-articulating what AI-enabled conflict is all about, and that was the kind of point I made at the end of the presentation, which is that we need to to think about how cyber conflict is changing and how the way we talk about it contributes to some of its negative effects. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Kacper,
all right,
Wesley?
So we will share, answering your question with Wesley. So one thing that I would like to start with before I will give floor to Wesley is that both me and Wesley are the WHO trained infodemics managers, and the World Health Organization endorses the so-called social listening strategy during the health crisis. And they are not talking about using of the artificial intelligence, but we can use the social listening approach here. And in my opinion, so this is not the WHO opinion, this is my personal opinion, that we can use those technologies like artificial intelligence on the fly to detect the traits of disinformation and misinformation, its sources and the propagation routes, like along the spectrum of the information propagation. So not at a specific stage, but let's say it's like within the social listening scheme, you listen to the information and then react proactively. But if you have an enormous amount of information that you have to deal with, including misinformation or disinformation, you might apply these technologies to assist you in detecting them early. So maybe Wesley would like to expand on that.
Thank you, Kacper. So I'm going to take the question back to the national security basis of the question. The intelligence communities around the world, of course, are overwhelmed by the amount of information that they now are gathering and responsible for analyzing. I think there are two probably very big initiatives that could be used to start to handle this. Of course, there's using artificial intelligence on this large body of information, and probably pair that with robotic process automation, where we can routinize the analysis of the information so that it's set up for a human reviewer to take a look at for consideration whether or not this is true. Now, a big piece of that is detecting false information in that can be generated by adversaries. Another aspect of that is attacking the will to continue to compete and continue to fight. And two examples come to mind, of course. There was a fairly famous story about a US and Vietnamese generals having a conversation about the war in Vietnam, and the US general making the point that they won every single conflict on the battlefield. And the Vietnamese general said, that may be true, but it's also irrelevant. So why was that? Why did the United States lose that war? It's because Vietnam was successful in attacking the United States' will to fight. Same thing happened, by the way, with the Madrid terrorist attack, where the attack happened just a few days before the election in Spain. It changed the outcome of the election and had Spain withdrawing from a coalition. So here again, an information, well, it could have been an information operation, changed the course of a country's willingness to participate in conflict. Artificial intelligence, especially misinformation generated, can also potentially change the course of conflict. So there are two aspects of the national security question that I think are important.
Thank you, Wesley. I have a question from James Shires, colleague at Leiden University, and the question is for Andrew. So the question from James is that we see dehumanization as a common feature of warfare, with the goal, of course, of trying to avoid seeing the face of the other. So how does AI contribute to existing dehumanizing techniques in warfare, particularly in relation to distance, non-personalized descriptions, and so on and so forth?
That's a really good question. Thank you, James. I'd not explicitly thought about this before. So I think, and this is an initial response to this, is that unlike with dehumanization, we already have the human as part of that process of dehumanization. So we already acknowledge that the human's there. Whilst computation doesn't even recognize the human as an entity. It's an object or multiple objects. And so this is really different to dehumanization. And this is why I think it's just not even commensurable. And this is why I'm using commensurability, because it just doesn't recognize us. And I think that's really dangerous. At least in dehumanization, we realize that we're trying to obscure something. We're almost trying to batten that, or we're trying to put in a box the human, trying to push it away. So the other's still there by its absence. But in computation, it's just not there. And I think that's a rather different way of thinking about it.
Thank you, Andrew. Do we have more questions from the audience? Dennis?
Sure. I'll try to make it as brief as possible. So a question for Joe and for Kacper and Wesley, I think. You You've been talking about, so a lot of this is about information operations. A lot of this is about what can you do to counter, so how does it amplify, how does AI amplify, how can you use AI to counter? Two things that are sort of missing from that equation is one, sort of the battlefield where this plays out is a private battlefield, right? It's the big tech corporations who have hard-coded into their systems that they actually kind of like this information because it keeps people on the thing. So that's one element of it. The other one is how do you deal with the great amplifiers of misinformation, which are often politicians, which are often very famous people, right? Trump is misinformation in chief, conservatives in England doing something similar. So how do you deal with the fact that many of the big talking heads are actually politicians, very hard to address, for example, for intelligence agencies. So how do you deal with these two factors in sort of trying to counter this?
Thank you, Dennis. I believe actually that our microphones might have kind of reproduced Dennis' question, but perhaps while you address it, you can perhaps rephrase it briefly for the audience.
Okay, so I think three of us will share probably the answers or add up on top of that. So answering your first question, maybe I would start with this and then we can just swap about the role of big tech. That's probably the most difficult part of the whole equation for obvious reasons. If the network traffic and the constant discussions, reposts, and so on are a part of their business model, it's only a matter of their the extremely delicate balance between accounting department and social responsibility of those platforms. So up to the point when they can see that they can apply or employ some strategies to limit the spread of misinformation or disinformation whilst it doesn't cost them a lot to do so, I mean in further profits, my experience is that they are open to discussion. Where it actually endangers their business model, it's getting more tricky. So, I'm not really in a position to answer your question fully because this is just an observation. I don't work for them and I do not work with them. So this is my opinion from looking at the, let's say, the landscape of the industry. So I think that convincing them to cooperate in and showing them how much threat or
you deal with misinformation on private networks? How do you incentivize those companies to deal with misinformation and disinformation themselves? I mean, I think this has been a huge question in policy over the last decade. I'm not sure I have the answers, but I think I'd say that there has been some movement by the likes of Facebook and Twitter to more proactively remove the content that is online. From a New Zealand perspective, we had the Christchurch terror attack a couple of years ago, which was live streamed on Facebook. That's led subsequently to the formation of the Christchurch call to eliminate terrorist content online, where you've actually got the tech sector working with governments to try and more proactively eliminate that kind of content very quickly so it doesn't spread. So there are multilateral and multi-institutional, multi-sectoral initiatives in that area that are having some, making some progress. The other thing I would say is that if we're going to take a human security approach to AI or cyber conflict, then it comes down to the individual users of the platforms as well. And I think we should be thinking about how perhaps social activism on social networks can in itself be something that can eliminate the spread of social media. We have all got to be more proactive in calling out fake news as we see it and making sure that users are involved in that process as well as the corporations themselves. On the question of sort of these narratives being amplified by politicians, I mean, I think that's a really important question. You know, Donald Trump has undoubtedly amplified fake news about the coronavirus, and that has directly led to people losing their lives. It's as simple as that. That's not to say that there aren't responsible politicians out there. And I think one of the things that I see when I talk about desecuritization and securitization is that politicians and policymakers aren't necessarily aware of the effects of the language that they're using. I think if we can have sensible conversations with people who are developing national cybersecurity strategies, who are developing military strategies for cybersecurity, have conversations with the media who are also responsible for, you know, amplifying the securitization narratives, maybe we can get them to be more responsible in and of themselves. So, look, I don't know what you can do about Donald Trump, but there's plenty of more responsible politicians and policymakers out there that we can work with. Thanks, Dennis, for great questions.
Thank you, Joe. I have no other questions, so it's perhaps time for me to ask some questions, and perhaps a question for all the panelists, and I think it's a way of kind of concluding this panel on a more kind of general reflection, also in relation to the contribution of the volume. So I would like to hear from all of you how your specific case and contribution indicate and kind of unsettles the different categories of conflict we use to theorize about in cyberspace. I'm thinking about agency, violence, territory. So reflecting in terms of the broader picture from your specific case, how do you think that your specific case, your specific case says about the nature of cyber conflict? I think this is perhaps more, Andrew does this directly so in the chapter, but it's also perhaps a moment for you to say something more about this. So perhaps, Joe, you want to start with this one?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. That's, I think, a really good question for all of us, and I think really gets to the point of what we're trying to do in this book project as well, right? So, and it's something you've encouraged me to reflect on about my paper, so it's helpful. So, I mean, I guess my basic take on this, and I talk about this in the paper a little bit, is that I think we too often lean on historical analogies to interpret modern contemporary cyber conflict. So, and this is a little bit to do with kind of the research on strategic culture I've been doing as part of my Strategic Cultures of Cyber Warfare project. We use history, we use our past experience to interpret and respond to contemporary security threats, even though the strategies that we used historically might not have even worked historically and may not be a particularly good fit for modern cyber conflict. I'm struck, for example, by the amount of research that's still going on about cyber deterrence, for example. Right, you know, this is a conversation which has very much continued from the Cold War environment and has drawn on parallels from nuclear deterrence, conventional deterrence, and you know, we're still talking about that. I've written on it myself, but that debate doesn't really appear to be going anywhere. We talk about offense, defense quite a lot as well, which is, you know, again, a binary, a dichotomy that's perhaps not all that helpful in understanding a global network of computer systems that are inherently vulnerable to exploitation. So I think, you know, I think the nature of conflict is very much changing. I think we all acknowledge that, and we need to work hard to come up with new concepts, new theories, new frameworks to understand it, rather than, you know, perhaps leaning on the work that's been done historically. And I think, you know, particularly as an IR academic, you know, I see that this field, I think, has probably been overly dominated by, you know, state-based approaches, interpreting cyber conflict through the lens of the state, and interpreting cyber conflict through a military lens, through an intelligence lens. And I just don't think that that's particularly well suited anymore. And I guess that's what a lot of my current work is based around. I hope that goes
Absolutely.
a small part to answer a very big question. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. I guess my chapter's, if I want to call it, unwieldy in how it tries to unsettle nearly all the terms that you pose around agency, violence, territory. But I think the core point is saying, well, computation doesn't recognize in the same way that we would. And so what does agency mean when computation doesn't necessarily recognize it? Or computation recognizes and does things that we sometimes say is superhuman, right, in terms of calculation, but they're not human in other ways. It's because we're trying to constantly compare it to ourselves. And actually, it's what Beatrice Fazzi calls it is alien. It's something really difficult for us to truly comprehend what's going on. And that's why it's unknowable. But also around violence, right? If computation doesn't recognize the other as human in the way that we did, what is conflict? Can we call it conflict, or is it optimization? I think it's these sort of questions which we need to think about, is how does computation recognize all these terms that we're using in strategic thinking? It doesn't. And I think this really requires a profound realignment about how we think about conflicts and what it means when you've got two forms of recognition on something where we're using really old concepts around what's going on. And also territory. I mean, what is cyberspace territory, right? I mean, where is conflict being done? If we're talking about reinforcement learning, like I do in the chapter, well, is conflict happening in the adversarial agents on a server somewhere? Where's the front line? Where is the battlefield, right? I mean, these are really difficult things to assess. And we can talk about how US actions are kind of changing about, well, where is cyber conflict occurring? And I think AI systems can't just complicate that even further. So we just lead to this kind of very amorphous kind of almost, if we think about how, if we were going to use historical analogies, Joe, about what was conflict before the modern state. Actually, it was much more complex. It was conducted in many more places, and it was much more embedded within societies. And maybe that's where we're moving back to, actually. So actually, our current state formation is the historical blip, and we're moving into something which is actually much more of a normal sense, if we want to call it that.
Thank you, Andrew. Wesley is taking this one.
I think I need to echo Andrew's comments about the topic being unwieldy. I think that all of the authors ran into that. How do we get our arms around this huge topic? I think that I'm reminded of Karl von Clausewitz when he said that warfare is a continuation of politics by other means. And I think that what we're seeing here is this continuation of politics and the other means has turned into conflict in cyberspace. One of the interesting things about COVID is that false messaging on call of COVID, misinformation, the messages outnumbered good information by a factor of about 20 to 1. And what this also means is that artificial intelligence and the engines that can generate text and can generate pictures can be used to dominate this battle space, the cyberspace, with false messages or messages that reinforce both state conflict, but also conflicting messages coming out of the purveyors of false information. Here in the United States, there are just 12 people that have generated about 2/3 of all information around anti-vaccination. So these people have been identified and recognized, but it doesn't seem to stop the misinformation that's circulating in cyberspace. So that's kind of interesting. Again, the whole idea of dominating the battle space or dominating cyberspace is particularly important. I did want to return a little bit to the big tech question. There are some interesting developments there. I think everyone will remember that the employees of Google rebelled against Project Maven, which was an artificial intelligence project to analyze video and potentially use the video for targeting for kinetic purposes, that is, to bomb them. But some more recent developments, back in April, Facebook withdrew a tool called CrowdTangle, which was available to us academics to analyze the messaging that was going around on Facebook. But because some researchers used that to analyze information on how it flowed on Facebook and potentially criticize Facebook, back in April, that tool was withdrawn. And then the other piece is, this is just a few days ago, Facebook decided to highlight good information on Facebook in their news feed. So this is another source of propaganda that's coming out on cyberspace, because we don't know. I mean, if they're just going to promote information favorable to Facebook, we won't get the other side of the story. So I think that all of these things make the efforts such as what you're working on so important, because these things need to be grabbed and pulled apart so that we can understand them better as we go forward. And for that, I thank all of you involved in launching this effort and supporting it.
Thank you, Wesley. We have a question from Vincenza from ULB. That thanks you all for the wonderful presentation, that asks, in terms of the kind of conflict in cyberspace between states, how much has AI technology amplified or de-escalated geopolitical tensions in terms also of traditional conflict? Perhaps you can touch upon this issue briefly, and this, of course, will be the main kind of topic of the second panel for today. And also for Joe, and you perhaps can merge your answers into one question from Jussi again. So when it comes to from a citizen viewpoint, when it comes to algorithms, there is a problem of structural transparency. So what would be your solution for that? I think here again we are looking towards some of the discussions that we'll have later today about responsibility and normative debates. So I think we can quickly touch upon this question, all the panelists, about the strategic implications in terms of traditional conflict and great powers competition, and you can add something about the responsibility. So very briefly, we can start with Joe.
Yeah, thanks. Really great questions again, and nice to hear from a colleague from ULB as well who's watching. Artificial intelligence, does it amplify geopolitical conflict? I mean, I think the basic answer to that question is yes, it does. And particularly the data that AI uses is vast, and AI as deployed on and through that data can very much amplify misinformation and disinformation in a way that exacerbates, makes worse, amplifies geopolitical conflict. But the point I'm perhaps making in my paper is it's sort of, again, it's not just a apolitical tool. It's not just, AI is not just sort of something that's used in geopolitical conflicts. I think it actually reflects in its design, in the way it's used, the way it's framed, the cultural and political context in which it comes from. So I think that there's an important distinction to be made there. Yes, it does amplify existing conflicts, but it's also very much kind of embedded in them in the way it's been developed and designed and used. On the question about transparency, I mean, I think that this is a really important question, and it's actually quite hard for social scientists like me to understand the very technical processes that go on in designing an algorithm, right? We've got a fantastic new AI institute at Waikato, and they've just sort of bought one of these supercomputers, and they've designed these sort of tools which researchers that you can use to in artificial intelligence in a range of different areas, not just national security. But I literally wouldn't have the first clue about how it works and how they've sought to reduce bias and safeguard the way that it's using data as they've designed that algorithm. So I think this idea of transparency in design, transparency by design, is something that we need to do a lot more about, and have sort of regulations and processes around, particularly when these technologies are deployed in
information overflow. Now, quantitatively, it's still hard to say because we don't have enough data and analysis of the traffic, but qualitatively, for sure, especially if you consider the emergence and the impact of the fake accounts that are bots that you know, like proactively take advantage of the system for various reasons, by, you know, triggering collective attention or monetizing that attention or actively spreading disinformation. So the role of the bots and AI assisted bots cannot be underestimated. We just don't know what the real quantified scale of the problem is, but it's certainly huge.
There's a lack of transparency in that
exactly.
as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Kacper. Andrew?
Yeah, and going back to the question which asks how is it escalated or de-escalated geopolitical tension, I think we can say, well, in some ways, compared to traditional conflict, it's de-escalated quite significantly. But if we then think about contemporary kind of increasing persistent engagement, actually it's widened it significantly. And so what we've got is just this transformation of where and when conflict's happening. So it's happening much more frequently and a much wider scale, but we could say less intensely in certain spaces. And so we've got this strange change happening where conflict is becoming much more ubiquitous and spread across society. It's not, and this is why it's causing so much difficulty, especially in a lot of Western states, around how do we deal with intelligence via the military and what are their relationships? Because intelligence in some ways seems the natural way of kind of combating a lot of this, but actually it's from foreign agents. So I think we're going to have a lot of realignment about how intelligence and domestic and foreign work, because it's not sustainable as it currently is, and that's going to require new frameworks to deal with geopolitical tension. Whether that blows up into something which we regard as a conventional conflict is open. I'm not going to predict the future, but I think there's definitely an aim to try and keep it below the threshold, as we often say, because people don't want conventional conflict because it's probably unwinnable in many, many ways. And so this is the kind of new frontier, if we want to call that.
Then it all comes down about defining the boundaries. So what is traditional conflict or conventional conflict, right? And that's very much more complicated now. Thank you for this interesting discussion and your presentations. We will be now taking a 15 minutes break. Thank you also to the audience for joining this first panel. We'll be reconvening at 11:30 with the panel on geopolitical and strategic challenges. So this was a perfect way of kind of bridging the two panels. So thank you again, and we will see you at 11:30.
Go.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us for the panel number 2 on the geopolitical and strategic challenges on AI and cyber conflicts. So the first panel helped us get, I would say, a broad picture of the relation between AI and cyber conflicts by offering a deep dive into the conceptual and operational challenges. But now we're going to talk a bit more about how states are apprehended AI in strategies, how the civilian defense framework is impacted by AI, and what does it mean for cyber conflicts. So to do so, we have 4 speakers with us today. Dr. Simona Soare, who is going to talk about algorithmic power and the role of AI in European strategic autonomy. Jeppe Jacobsen and Tobias Liebetrau, who are going to talk about artificial intelligence and military superiority, how the cyber AI offensive defensive arms race affect the US vision of the fully integrated battlefield. And finally, Trey Herr, who will discuss the influence of cyber strategic pathologies on the evolution of machine learning. So, Dr. Simona Soare, please introduce yourself, and then the floor is yours.
Of course, thank you. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're joining us from. I'm Simona Soare. I'm with IISS. I'm a research fellow there, and I work on emerging and disruptive technologies in a military context. And what I'm going to be talking to you today about hopefully is going to be about strategic autonomy. What I'm trying to do in my paper is look at how we can operationalize the role of artificial and conceptualize the role of artificial intelligence technologies in the context of European strategic autonomy. And if we could bring up the slides, please. I'm not sure whether it's working. Nope. The green button. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, technology, huh? Okay. Let me thank the organizers first for that. No, seriously, this is a wonderful opportunity, and congratulations on the conference, and thank you so much for inviting me to present my research here. So just to give you a bit of an insight of what I'm talking about today is I'm trying to conceptualize artificial intelligence and as a component to power, right? As we think about power in international relations, and we're thinking about the shift in the global shift in power, and how great power competition, or the return of great power competition, is influencing our conception of power, be it by how that is perceived by other international actors, or be it as in terms of how we perceive ourselves in terms of great powers. And this is what I'm trying to do with European strategic autonomy. Very, very quickly, what I'm trying to talk to you today about is how I'm framing my research and argument, but also how that contributes to science and technology literature more broadly. And what I'm attempting is one of the easy feats in literature is to think about strategic autonomy and technology in very operational terms. And I do so by trying to outline how the Europeans are thinking about creating leadership in artificial intelligence through strategy development at first, how they're trying to create AI leadership through tools that are specifically applied to the field of defense, and 3, by operationalizing those 3 across the topic of technological autonomy, of decision-making autonomy, of operational autonomy and military capabilities, and of defense partnerships. So basically what I'm trying to do is break down strategic autonomy into 4 parts, which makes it easier to assess and evaluate what role artificial intelligence can play across these 4 spectrums. First of all, is in terms of my research, right? artificial intelligence, it comes with a lot of hype behind it. And as we were talking at the end of the previous panel, the question whether artificial intelligence contributes to either great power competition or less great power competition, I think that this is where my own research takes off from, because it basically argues that artificial intelligence is already a part of great power competition. And whether it contributes to the escalation of great power competition or de-escalation is actually a matter of how we're using it. So renewed great power competition is definitely key to that. And the role of technology in the great power competition between the US and China, but also, as I'll try to argue today, between the Europeans, how the Europeans feature into that plays a great deal of importance. And I would argue that in the context of great power competition, there is at least a perception within Europe, and I think the French articulated this at the beginning of 2021, of strategic downgrading, as in the more we are focusing our attention on the technological race between the US and China, lesser actors like the European Union and European states basically take a back seat because of the lack of similar or comparative investment and technological prowess and infrastructure. Right? So that is the key component in actually understanding where the Europeans are coming from in terms of their focus on technology. And I would argue that in this context, technology is key to European self-perceptions of being a great power in themselves, as well as to their specific attentions to whether others relate to them and perceive them as a great power themselves. And I would just argue here, for instance, that we're having a lot of debate within Europe, for instance, and the 5G debate in particular has been very, very topical to this, as to whether we're just the background or just the battlefield for great power competition, or we actually have agency in this in ourselves. So when we're talking about European aspiration for strategic autonomy, that comes with this degree of differentiation, but also with a degree of competitiveness when it comes to other great powers, particularly the US and China. And I would argue that this is what is behind what the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, highlighted as the need for a digital transition, which is European by design and by nature. And in this context, what I'm doing in the paper is to ask, okay, so if Europeans want to be more strategically autonomous, and if this is connected, in fact, to their self-perception as being a great power in the international system, then what role do artificial intelligence technologies actually play in framing strategic autonomy? So my argument is actually that when it comes to the use of the adoption and use of artificial intelligence, it certainly introduces a new layer of complexity to the entire background of European security and defense policy, without actually contributing to greater strategic autonomy, at least in the medium and in the longer term potentially. Why is that? Because my argument is artificial intelligence contributes to autonomy from great power. So if we can conceive that the development of European-made artificial intelligence technologies and the supporting data and infrastructure for that actually reduces our strategic dependencies on the US and China in particular, well, we don't necessarily have the same level of evidence or with the same level of confidence that it can actually empower the Europeans to act independently of other great powers in the international system. And I would argue that is because, three main reasons. First of all, is so far we have done a very good job in Europe in planning ahead for artificial intelligence, for how we develop and adopt it, and for the rules and norms that govern its existence within our social and security systems. However, so far we lack a common strategy for how we integrate artificial intelligence into military, in particular, into hard power components of our national and European power that is linked to the concept and to the perception of strategic autonomy. Number two is when it comes to decision making, and this is critical to the ability to act independently of others, when it comes to decision making, basically our foreign security and defense policy decision making processes within the European Union, but I would also argue in ad hoc frameworks across Europe, are just not well enough equipped at this point to deal with the integration of artificial intelligence in security and defense in particular. And thirdly, but equally importantly, I would say, or perhaps even more so, the role of artificial intelligence is very important, and that has something to do with the massive hype behind it and with the attention that is getting in literature and in media. However, there are other factors that potentially we should look at when it comes to enabling strategic autonomy, and these are rather in the structural, geopolitical, and exogenous factors. Whether we're talking about how we're approaching threat perception in a collective fashion, whether we're talking about the structure of the internet that is basically one of the highways for how we choose to deploy digital or algorithmic power, whether we're talking about who and how and what AI standard sets, whether we're talking about our ability to control our supply chains, particularly the critical and strategic supply chains. What I'm trying to do with the paper is actually contribute to how we conceptualize the relationship and the dynamic between technology and grand strategy more broadly within European context, right? By framing the European strategic autonomy as a great power competition strategy. This is the equivalent of what the US is doing in its competition with China, and vice versa, with the aspiration for being a leader in emerging and disruptive technologies by 2030 and beyond. So I'm trying to do that at 4 levels, as I was saying before, by focusing on how technology influences our decision-making capacity, our technological autonomy, our operational autonomy, and our ability to build and operate effectively across influence networks, be it, and in my paper actually I only refer to one such type of network, which would be defense partnerships. The reason I chose to focus on defense partnerships is because I think that this is one of the areas of the European Union policy and strategy that has perhaps not been as well developed as others during the last 5 or 6 years. We have definitely been talking a whole lot more about developing military capabilities to match our needs and to match our ability to be more effective in our strategic environment. But we have not, and we've seen this, for instance, in the context of the upcoming strategic compass, we have not seen the same level of attention, I would argue, paid to how we conceptualize and how we operationalize our partnerships. So another point that I would hope my paper serves is to highlight some of the pitfalls of technocentric solutions, because focusing too much on technology, be it artificial intelligence or any other kind of technology, is actually not helpful. And I will show, for instance, across the 4 levels of analysis, I would show why. And I also hope to debunk some of the equivalencies that I think are false between mastering technology, so the ability to develop artificial intelligence, and the ability to actually employ artificial intelligence as a tool of statecraft, which are made but not always fully explained. With that, well, the easy part of the paper is to talk about what strategic autonomy is, and I'm sure that there are in our audience about 100 different opinions. I'll start with the official definition, which is the European Council's definition in 2016. European strategic autonomy is the capacity to act autonomously when and where necessary, and with partners whenever possible. And then, of course, this comes with the idea and the obvious question of how much autonomy do we actually need? And here, I'm afraid that the official sources don't help us all that much with the European Union Global Strategy in 2016, defining it very broadly and vaguely as an appropriate level of ambition and strategic autonomy, and with a European Commission caveat that we can do that while maintaining an open economy. And this is, of course, the debate now between European strategic autonomy and European open strategic autonomy. The concept itself, I would like to highlight. I mean, we've seen it develop and transform quite a bit over the past 7 years or so. It started in 2013, I would argue, in a very hard power defense industrial context, with references made to the need to develop a competitive defense industrial technological base. However, as the pandemic set in, we've seen that transition and morph towards concepts that are used alternatively, like strategic sovereignty or digital sovereignty or technological sovereignty, but that perhaps have a signal, at least, a greater level of ambition with the European Union. And that is actually what I contend. In fact, the Europeans are starting to perceive strategic autonomy or strategic sovereignty, if you'd like, as their great power competition strategy for the upcoming period. And this is based on a few basic principles. The first would be that strategic autonomy seeks to deepen integration by making full use of the text and the letter and the spirit of the treaties. And this has been resonated particularly on the strategic sovereignty side, right? Then there's the aspect about domestic resilience, and this has to do, again, with digital sovereignty, which has been the impact that we need to, the impact we need to be mindful of when it comes to securing our networks, our supply chains, our dependencies, reducing our dependencies on external actors, and so on. Third one is actually the European Union's capacity to actually command and control its technologies. And this has had to do with, for instance, the ability to control artificial intelligence, to control data, to control our digital networks for the benefit of the economy. That has come through very strongly in the digital sovereignty narrative. But on the military side, I would argue perhaps not so much publicly, but that is also increasingly being raised. So the ability to command and control critical technologies is definitely coming to the forefront of the conversation, even in security and defense. The fourth aspect is basically relates to European capabilities and political will to act. And I would argue that perhaps this is one of the weakest of all the components of strategic autonomy as a competition strategy, if you will, because we don't necessarily have a very good track record of showing political will to act, or not timely political will to act, I would argue. Finally, then there's the empowerment of the European Union and the member states to act. There's this conversation in literature about strategic autonomy. Well, what is the end game of strategic autonomy? Who do we want to empower? Do we want the European Union to be the global actor, or do we want the member states to be collectively to act as a great power? And I actually find that what the data says and what the narrative and the policy track within the European Union has been is that they're seeking to empower both. They're seeking to keep as much freedom of maneuver with the member states as well as with the European, as well as to progressively grow the competencies of the European Union. And finally is a signal of at least a European expectation of recognition, of international recognition of that status that's coming through very, very strongly in the narrative. When it comes to the European when it comes to the European efforts towards artificial intelligence, I've listed them. I won't go through them in detail, but because I think that there is a progression, there is a progressive refinement of European goals when it comes to artificial intelligence and incorporation in strategy that has over time taken us from how do we reduce dependencies towards how do we create a leadership in artificial intelligence. And there are three main lines of effort that we're talking about here. The first line of effort is at the political level. So we've had these conversations about the role of artificial intelligence in defense for the past 3 years now. The first high-level discussion was actually in 2019, and it wasn't necessarily linked directly to the concept of strategic autonomy, whereas today we are openly discussing strategic autonomy in relation to the use of artificial intelligence, including in security and defense. But I would argue that not everyone, not all the European institutions or all the member states are on the same page when it comes to the exact role or the scope of the use of artificial intelligence in security and defense. Number two is the technical level. And at the technical level, actually, we've seen the European Defense Agency in particular being extremely involved in the defining both a taxonomy for what artificial intelligence is in defense, defining the use cases that member states could potentially look at, and now actually having an action plan for artificial intelligence in defense. So things are definitely progressing there. But there is always the issue of the intake of all this policymaking, right? And how that is reflected in actual contributions by member states, and how the member states incorporate those European plans into their national planning in security and defense as well. And here is definitely an area where the member states need to make far more progress than in recent years. The third one is actually on the operational side. Now, on the operational side, this has been the one that's received the least attention in literature, possibly because it's new, and possibly because it's not widely known. I wouldn't argue that there's a lot of transparency around what's happening there. But the European Union military staff in particular have been involved in developing what I argue amounts to a new level of military ambition in terms of digital technologies and in terms of artificial intelligence. I'm running out of time here, but what I've been running out of time for a while, right? But in terms of operationalizing the role of strategic autonomy, like I said, what I argue is basically, in terms of decision-making, I'll take decision-making because it's probably the most controversial. What decision-making does for us is, how do you think about using artificial intelligence as a decision-making support instrument? No, that's not what the paper wants to do, because that's covered, I would argue, quite a lot in literature. But rather, I'm looking at the decision-making practices in the Union. And what we've seen so far is a focus on the qualified majority voting system.
arms race affects the US vision of the fully integrated battlefield. So please introduce yourself, and then you can go. Okay.
Yeah, sorry for the very long title. But I guess that's sometimes when you have a lot to say, that's how it goes. My name is Jeppe Jacobsen, and I'm a assistant professor at the Royal Danish Defence College. And I would let Tobias introduce himself when he gets the word at some point. So yeah, our presentation here is without slides. And probably a bit more it's a bit US focused and it's a bit more military focused. We have identified, we've seen in policy documents in the US how important AI is for the vision of the future US military dominance, and how everything, every part, every technology, every process in the military is now supposed to be improved through the use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And that has spurred the debate that we've talked about, that Simona just talked about, in terms of this competition, AI competition between great powers. We're talking about an arms race. And our chapter engaged this discussion from two angles, right? So we try to nuance, on the one hand, this discussion on general competition within AI among the great powers. That's on the one hand, and on the other hand, we engage the discussions among scholars that talk about framing. It's close to what Joe talked about before the break. There's like a framing problem here. Like, we're framing it as an arms race, and that has, risk of militarization, securitization, and an untested implementation. Right. So these are the two literatures debates that we are engaging in our chapter, and I'll start by the second one, the latter one, on framing, because our argument is that it's not simply about framing, or it's not about just simply reframing, because at some point we try to show that the quest for AI dominance in the US political defense discourse is a lot more ingrained than simply a framing issue. That has been here, that is a part of a discourse that goes back to the 50s. So we trace it through the so-called US offset strategies. And those are the strategies that the US military uses to actually overcome some of the budgetary restraints and some of the decreasing budgets and the identification of adversaries with more money and more priorities. And we've seen, especially since the 1970s, that technological innovation plays a key role, leading to innovations in intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance technologies, precision guided munition, all that kind of stuff. So those are the priorities, how the US military wants to overcome and maintain superiority. And those proved really effective in the beginning of the 90s in the Gulf War, and influenced concepts of network-centric warfare, revolutionary military affairs, really famous concepts that were used throughout the 90s. So these ideas about information technological superiority as something that equals military dominance has been part of the US military discourse for like 45, 50 years. And with the failure in Afghanistan and Iraq, these concepts became a bit less popular. But now with the emergence of AI and the increase in computing power, you've seen this re-emerged. So the idea of military superiority once again being something that could be saved by technology. And now it's AI. And that's why when we look at the former Deputy Secretary of Defense, Bob Work, saying that in this new third offset strategy of 2016, that AI is the technological source of the third offset strategy. And I find that a really good quote, because that's how the idea of military dominance is perceived in the US military. So that's why our point is that's not just something that you can say, well, it's just not something we can desecuritize by reframing something. It's something that's part of an identity, it's part of a discourse that goes way deeper than simply something we can talk about in a different way, because people haven't really understood it properly. So that's the one side of to look at a different arms race. And that's where this, what we call this the cyber AI offensive-defensive race comes in. Because, and that goes back to actually what Kacper was talking about, or was it Wes, about this double-edged sword, right? So you have AI as a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword because on the one hand, to create this network integrated battlefield where we have all these technologies that are all part of our military networks. And they need AI to function. They need AI to actually be able to defend against cyber attacks. Right? We need AI to be able to do those things for us, to actually have our battlefield network operable. Right? So on the one hand, we need AI for defensive purposes. On the other hand, we have seen all these developments in offensive AI, offensive cyber capabilities, right? That are infused with AI. And those two things, we have not really seen where that goes right now. And that's where I'll leave the word to Tobias, because we are right now in a position where we don't know who is going to win this offensive-defensive race between AI-augmented cyber capabilities. And that's very important for this vision, because if we'll see an offensive dominance, it would be really, really hard to have this in fully integrated battlefield. That currently is the vision of the US military. But I'll leave the word to Tobias. He can introduce himself, and then he can take it from there.
Thank you, Jeppe. Yes, my name is Tobias Liebetrau, and I'm a postdoc at Sciences Po Paris. And I'll skip the introduction, the courtesies, and continue on the introduction, and then come back to it in the discussion. Because, as Jeppe says, how do we then sort of examine what the effects of this cyber AI? We go back and we look at the existing US approach to cyber offense and cyber defense, and then discuss how they're likely to influence the cyber arms race and ultimately the US vision of a fully integrated battlefield. So we actually take a step back, so to speak, and evaluate the current discussion on offensive and defensive cyber balancing and how those two will affect this AI cyber arms race. And we point to three things. The first being the perception that cyber offense dominates cyber defense. And traditionally, we have experienced a consensus among US policymakers and practitioners that cybersecurity is dominated by the offense. So this perception has proven hard to change, at least in the past decade or two. Also, the latest US strategic cyber documents continue to emphasize the insufficiency of relying purely on defensive measures when preventing and managing cyber attacks, hence defending forward, persistent engagement, and so on. So the perceived need to dominate the cyber defense space will most likely create incentives to integrate AI into these capabilities. And this could lead to an intensified capability vulnerability paradox, or the double-edged sword that Jeppe just mentioned. So that's sort of the first of the three things that we look at in the paper and say this will actually affect the US vision of the fully integrated battlefield, or it's very likely to. The second is the dominant position of intelligence services in cyberspace, because the emergence of the internet and network computing provided intelligence agencies with an unprecedented opportunity to do espionage and surveillance. And in this way, the intelligence services or agencies became the most capable players in cyberspace. and they have arguably been ever since. If we then again go to the US and look at the NSA's preference for intelligence collection, that seems to continue to dominate, even if it's sometimes at the expense of individual or societal cybersecurity. So the agency is likely to continue its exploration of the various ways in which to improve these techniques for exploiting cyber with AI. So if this continues, if this sort of institutional power dynamic in the US remains unchanged and the NSA is in the driving seat, then the dominant norm in cyberspace is likely to be an intelligence norm, where intelligence agencies seek to integrate AI into their exploitation capabilities. And this could potentially jeopardize the US military goals of achieving information superiority through increased development and deployment of AI in cyber defense. So that's sort of the second of our two points we make. The third one is the reliance of market for exploits. So this part of the discussion zooms in on the market for exploits. And US public authorities and private tech companies have worked actively to sort of limit the scope of the control of cyber arms. And as of 2021, there's still no international agreement on if or how cyber weapons, cyber arms should be regulated. And it doesn't seem like any such regime is pending. So the continued domination of intelligence thinking, the grey market trading by government agencies purchasing cyber weapons and components for cyber weapons, and the lack of import-export restrictions, so to speak, on cyber weapons all suggest that the cyber arms race is likely to continue, also with the addition of AI. So there's no incentives in a way for the US to, as it currently stands, to make this go away. And this is further undermining the long-term stability and security in cyberspace for numerous reasons. First, it increases the general risk of accidents and incidents, and it creates a strong incentive for research to be aimed at writing exploits rather than detecting and reporting vulnerabilities. And it does not encourage software vendors to internalize the security costs. It crowds out defensive resilience and stability efforts stimulated by other government agencies, and it contributes to further strategic predicament of an inevitable cyber AI arms race. So those are the three major components of why our chapter paints a quite bleak picture. And we conclude that the current arms race to dominate within the military field of AI is as Jeppe mentioned, not simply a bad narrative or a wrongful framing that can easily be replaced, but it's part of a deep-rooted national security discourse where falling behind competitors constitute an existential threat. And then the chapter points to these reasons why investments in AI for cyber offensive purposes is likely to continue and to dominate cyber defense AI. So this sort of skewed distinction between towards the offensive part is likely to undermine the US vision of a military integrated battlefield and hence US military superiority. Because either adversaries will develop AI-infused tools to undermine the integrity and accessibility of the US battle networks or command decision makers, or the US military commanders themselves will develop a lack of trust in the operability of these networks because of the threat of adversaries interfering with them. So as a result, AI could lose its appeal as the object that promises military superiority. And perhaps even a new technology will emerge that promises this battlefield dominance, a new technology that when fully developed at some point in the future will become the next technology to look for superiority. So that is where we conclude the paper. And of course, it's not to say that this arms race is inevitable and that it's written in stone, but still judging by the existing debate on offensive, defensive cyber, it really looks like offensive cyber AI will continue to dominate.
Thank you very much, Jeppe and Tobias. So just like Simona explained that we should not expect too much from AI when it comes to strategic autonomy, it seems that the AI dimension of cyber conflicts carry more risks than opportunities, and especially considering that I would say cyber and AI are primarily seen as a geopolitical risk. And listening to Jeppe and Tobias, it also seems that, I would say, all paths lead to vastness. So I'm now going to turn to Trey. I don't think you're going to talk about export control, or maybe, I don't know. But you will discuss the influence of cyber strategic pathologies on the evolution of machine learning. So Trey, the floor is yours.
Can I have permission for a two-finger before I jump into mine?
Yes.
So I'm fascinated by what you guys are talking about, and I think you're identifying some very interesting cultural trends with respect to the intelligence community versus the military, but I am curious about one thing. The notion of need to be technologically competitive feels very much like a structural feature of this space, right? And the Kriegsmarine and the British Navy going back 100 years. As you point out, RMA and this push for networked warfare, pushing networking and connectivity and compute to the edge of the battlefield is a 30-year-old construct. And so I'm curious, for you guys, what's the moving variable, what's the recent variation with respect to AI that's driving this change? These two, the competition and the need for sort of network battlefield, those two feel more structural. I'm curious what the more local variation, what the agency is in the argument.
That's good.
So do you want to answer now, or do you want to have some time to think about it?
No, I can try to answer it now, but it's a difficult question because I don't see much agency though, because I see this I can't speak for Tobias, but the way I'm looking at it is very structural because it's not very different. The AI is not very different from all the other technologies. We are just replacing new technologies. As soon as we get close to those technologies, we figure out that, or we experience on the battlefield that, even though that we are technological superior, it does not give us dominance. We did not win wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, even though that we are technological superior. That's what some of the previous speakers, was it Joe that was talking about it, right? Or was it Kacper, and about, Vietnam, or that was Wesley, whatever. But so even though that we are actually superior in or we have all this technology, that doesn't give us dominance. So from my mind, the way to look at it is that it doesn't matter that it's AI, and I think that's how Tobias ended it. Right? When we figure, to be a bit cynical, when we figure out that AI doesn't give us what we want, we come up with some new technology that we run after and try to implement into our networks to give us the idea that we are on the verge of dominance if we just get this one thing. Right? So it's a very structural argument because I don't see. To just look at the history, it just repeats itself. You come up with new technologies that you need to invent to create dominance. So that's a bit my take on it. I don't know if you have something to add.
Yes,
so very brief. Yes, I agree. But if we then look at Andrew's presentation, and he talked about how AI was actually different from previous technologies deployed in warfare, because there is this sort of not fully transparent, and we're not sure how it will actually come to use, what it will do. There might be a slight difference in this because we're becoming first of all, more dependent, more integrated. If the entire battlefield command relies on AI, I mean, that's, I guess, different from how it was 30 years ago, or at least it has become even more technified, or the use of computers and digital technologies has increased, and perhaps there is a difference there, and it becomes even more difficult to predict and to go from X to Y, and in that sense, the push for an offensive leaning arms race becomes even more devastating.
And just one brief thing. Of course, one of the differences is the fact that artificial intelligence is big. It's not just a military technology, right? So it's a lot more ingrained into society, the market. So it's a civilian just as much as or more than military. So all these other technologies, mission-guided, permission, whatever, that's developed as a military technology. AI is not, and it's developed in the private sector, and there are loads of interesting dilemmas there to talk about. But I'll stop there, and
I appreciate it. I mean, it'd be interesting to talk through.
Do I get a two fingers?
Go for it. Go for it. Sorry. Yeah.
I think that one of the differences here is that with previous rounds of revolution in military affairs, offset strategies, whatever. They were very, very much delineated by what the enemy was doing. So what are we trying to defeat? What is the operational model there, right, that we're trying to get ahead of? With this one, our technological use is a bit blindfolded because we don't know. That is the reality. We don't have an accurate perception of what the Chinese are going to do in terms of using artificial intelligence or other emerging technologies in a convergent way on the battlefield that will potentially create advantage. So I think that there is a significant amount of fog, for lack of, well, actually, this is perhaps the good word here, the good concept. There's a lot of fog in how artificial intelligence is playing out on the battlefield, and that is influencing the way that we're approaching it culturally in the military and intelligence as well.
It's an interesting question. It strikes that I'm not sure that I agree necessarily. I mean, one of the things that's characterized U.S. military conversation about artificial intelligence and gripped it in some ways in the last 5 years is the experience that the Russians have had in Syria. And the localized use of AI as a command and control mechanism as a way to manage the effects of different munitions in a very defined battle space, I think has thrown a lot of folks in the States for a loop because it's novel and it's very present. But I'll speak briefly on this cyber pathologies piece so we can get back to the conversation because there's some interesting stuff happening. All right, well,
Thanks, Trey.
good morning or good afternoon to whomever is still with us. I'd like to say if the Hague Morning Show is an option as a recurring feature, I would absolutely tune in for it. We're happy to rebroadcast, so just consider that. So my name is Trey Herr. I direct the Cyber Statecraft Initiative at the Atlantic Council, which is a think tank in the United States focused on national security and foreign policy and is nonpartisan in nature. The chapter I'm working on, the question I'm noodling on, is trying to actually flip the causal arrow that I see in a lot of discussion about AI and cybersecurity. So rather than AI as an impact and cybersecurity as an effect, I want to see cybersecurity's impact and AI as an effect. In particular, the development of AI. And the contention that I have in the piece is that the way that the US and Russia organize and strategize in the realm of cyber conflict has had and is having a material impact on the development of machine learning. So getting into this for a second. In my mind, and I think as we see broadly evidenced in the technology sector, the current practice of machine learning, and I say ML mostly because of the notion that AI, when we talk about it, tends to focus on automated decision making, not necessarily just pattern recognition, the sort of strong AI construct of an independent autonomous entity. And what we've seen in the last 10 years is that we're not to that point. We don't see a lot of demonstrations, really any, of strong AI, and that remains a sort of long-held promise of the artificial intelligence community, going back to the wars between MIT and Stanford in the 50s. So the result is that what we have today is highly contextualized in specific industries and is relatively immature on this broader arc towards sentience. The product, and so the effect from my standpoint, is that we see a lot of ML application in narrow decision-making, sort of workflow-specific environments where it's decision assistance versus autonomy. So that has two implications I think are significant for our questions. One is this technology is far more sensitive than other comparable areas of digital logic, in part because it's evolving so quickly. So each generation is very young and is subject to significant outside influence. The second is that the influence of AI and the influence on it are highly embedded in technology companies and their existing relationships with the public sector. And so in some ways, there's a valuable question or set of questions to be asked about how technology companies are responding to these pathologies of cyber strategy. That's having a significant influence on AI. So that's, for me, the reason to ask this question. How do the US and Russian national strategic approaches to cybersecurity impact the evolution of artificial intelligence and specifically machine learning? So the chapter is going to try to do a couple of things. The first is concisely describe these two pathologies, which I would describe thusly and again in brief. For the United States, it's a significant and structural mistrust of China as a result of this framing of great power competition. As a caveat, given we have so many social scientists here, right, the notion of the United States as a monolithic actor is about as silly as it is for any other state. And the mistrust of China exists in very, I would say, a wide range of fashions at different levels of the government and in the private sector. And in fact, it's that range of attitudes that creates some of the tension that produces the effects I'm going to talk about. But that notion of China as an adversary, as a strategic competitor, as some of the new framing, is a significant influence on the way that the United States organizes for cyber conflict. It also creates significant pressure on domestic technology companies. And so the United States, having a lot of the major cloud service providers, technology providers in its domestic jurisdiction, is attempting to take this foreign policy priority and exercise it as a domestic regulatory issue. So it not only has this concern about China, but it's pushing it into the tech sector. The other piece, and it was already mentioned, is the notion of defend forward, which is the current U.S. Cyber Command strategy for engaging in offensive and defensive operations in cyberspace. And there's an assumption embedded in defend forward called persistent engagement, which, and our team is starting to do some work on this, we're beginning to recognize is an implicit endorsement of protracted conflict. So it is an endorsement of instability, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but as a strategic output is really fascinating, because what it means is that the ultimate resolution, the ultimate goal of this strategy is not necessarily just peace, security, and stability, but may, in fact, in some cases, be tolerable instability as an equilibrium. So the U.S. is potentially embracing instability as a strategy, has significant mistrust of China. On the Russian side, and this is not my area, but it has been, I'd say, massively shaped by and significant benefit to some of the folks at GEODE and at the Atlantic Council, we have a highly opportunistic and profit-driven, in some cases, decision-making apparatus with this network of oligarchs. A similar embrace of instability as an equilibrium point for a number of reasons, the most important of which is the ability to keep conflict below levels of significant escalation. In some cases, computing infrastructures owned and operated by large private companies, cloud service providers. The majority of artificial intelligence and machine learning development has existed within the confines of these clouds. Now, some of them are private, some of them are public, but the basic notion that the technology is shared, that multiple users can use the same machine, that it could be resold at any time, that community technology infrastructure is where most of the development of machine learning has taken place. The challenge now is that the framing of great power competition is the U.S. is driving technology companies to tear those clouds apart. The EU, in its own way, not necessarily just for China, but in part because of this push for strategic autonomy, is also yanking those clouds apart. And so we have a slow devolving of what was at one point a community technology architecture and turning it into these highly regional spaces, which means that costs go up, pace of compute innovation goes down, and the ability for researchers to access, at some cases, massive scale for these specialized pieces of infrastructure is decreased, which slows overall development. Second effect, the U.S. has, as part of this concern about China and as part of the Defend Forward framework, pressured research to focus on China as a competitor. That has slowed the shift to less data-intensive machine learning methodologies. As the U.S. cuts off access to Chinese researchers and companies that have research centers in China, the framing is that the U.S. research community needs to compete, needs to rush to keep up with China. China is still, by and large, pushing forward with these very data-rich or data-assumed intensive machine learning models. And what that means is it's slowed, because we're chasing the data-intensive model, it's slowed the shift towards less data-intensive models. That's a significant push, because in some ways the current era that we're living through in machine learning is characterized by techniques and models that are benefiting from a profusion of data. That is not always going to be the case. The next 5 years, we're going to see a significant change in the way that data governance for machine learning happens. The privacy angle is a significant one. The security and reliability angle is another. But that pressure is coming. So low data ML models are going to start to become a competitive differentiator. You can already see this in the deployment and the change of digital assistants on mobile phones, in which significantly smaller, less data-intensive models are allowed to run locally on a phone so that nothing calls back to the main service. It's part of, for example, Apple's argument for privacy is that Siri won't necessarily call home to an Apple data center in order to work. So that shift, that framing around China as a competitor is slowing the shift in that direction. Third impact, this notion of protraction, the tolerable instability, is both states, but I think in particular the Russian state, posing threats to machine learning data sets and research workflows because of data poisoning. We've seen a number of cases in the Russian methodology where their concept of operations includes simply poisoning what's publicly known, to cause people to question what data is true. The OECW and the Olympic doping scandal, I think, are two really good classic examples of this. Machine learning, especially data-intensive modes, is very sensitive to this kind of data poisoning. And there is some fantastic work that has started to come out in the last 3 years on what is known as adversarial machine learning, literally trying to poison or turn models against their original intent. That is going to create, I believe, and I think people are starting to argue, a significant drag on innovation in the machine. Is that the United States has taken as a national security priority the need to have machine learning tools counter disinformation. So there's a finite amount of research capacity in this big emerging bubble of research space. And in many cases, the signal for large research programs and the funding that comes from the US government has prioritized or preferenced machine learning that deals with disinformation as opposed to machine learning that deals with cybersecurity as a pure system security issue. I'll give you a good example of this. DARPA organized and exploit and then patch vulnerabilities. Effectively, it was machine learning that was automatically finding, exploiting, and fixing vulnerabilities in software. The applications of this technology are tremendous. The amount of effort and energy that goes into vulnerability discovery and patching in a given year is beyond the realm, frankly, of the discussion. But in 5 years, we have not seen a major progress in either one of those areas in the public space. Now, there's speculation that the offensive emphasis of the winning team has been taken up in the intelligence community, but there's been significantly less forward progress on the defensive and automated patching side, despite overwhelming need. So we have a real material impact of this emphasis on national security funds and preferences going to counter disinformation and machine learning. The implication is that somehow we are less secure, at least in the system security space. So we already have a very concrete effect. Let me close, because I want to get into the discussion with everybody, and I know there's a ton of folks with questions, by just saying this. The question of how cyber strategy impacts AI, I think for us has significant impact because of AI's much broader commercial use and application. And so the question I'm trying to answer, and would love to get feedback from folks on as they're thinking about, really is to understand what the sustained risks are of slowing and channelizing research in machine learning to these, because of these sort of security pathologies. And we use that term specifically, right? This notion of a disease and its symptoms. It's not to critique necessarily in abstract the cyber strategies, but the impact that they have on ML, I think, is a net negative, especially for the West. I'll close there and would love to hear questions from anybody on anything.
Thanks a lot, Trey, for what you just said. Before we maybe move on to the questions and we open the floor to the audience, do you want to react to what
I
others.
have a question for,
Yeah.
for Trey. I got you.
I'm not really studying, so but
You create a new norm.
No, it was just on your last point because I find that fascinating. Do you see the risk? You're saying there's the risk of slowdown, right? And which I completely buy. But is that the same across all three actors that you are looking at? And is it the same kind of slowdown? Because this is a bit, it is a bit US centric, especially the last three ones, right? It's about looking at China as a competitor, the defend forward, and the focus on disinformation, right? But what about the
research at a cost that's affordable to non-major labs and facilities. So I'll give you a good example of this. There was a really fantastic paper put out by the think tank at Georgetown called CSET on the application of GPL3 to automated creation of disinformation. So synthetic emails, texts. Really fantastic study, and it called out some significant limitations of the language model, but also some really challenging opportunities. All this is to say, to run that model and to build that research, the researchers had to find capabilities that existed at the very top of, and in some cases did not exist, of the commercial cloud offering space. So I would suggest to you that as research is moving towards these larger models, these more data-intensive approaches, despite opportunities elsewhere, that the CSPs are going to become even more influential than they already are. So in some cases, the technical choices being made by a Microsoft, an Amazon, a Google, and an Alibaba influence the direction of research anywhere. So that's one answer. But the other is, I think there's opportunity for states outside of that strategic relationship, and especially out of that US-Russia dyad, to try and assert research directions that are explicitly shaped by not just values, but strategic priorities that differ from what that dyad is interested in, both in its emergent quality as well as their very particular institutional characteristics. I see a lot of EU activity on AI. It feels very high level at the moment, in part, I think, because of that disconnect between the notion of strong AI, so trying to move towards that target, that ethical framing, as opposed to a more operational practice. And the team's going to release a paper here in about 2 months on sort of a strategy, an EU strategy for data governance and machine learning to try and accelerate that growth. But I think it's possible. I just think it has to be made explicit as a strategic priority, that we want to defend against slowdown. We want to push research in all directions. We want to try to keep this garden as green as possible.
Talking about, do you want to answer to that? Simona, do you want to add something?
Well, actually, on the European side, I think that I agree with you. It does feel a bit high level, but that's one of the points that I was trying to make in my paper, is that we're missing what comes underneath. Right. So we're so focused right now. One of the critiques in the paper is that the EU is so
EU market is a more significant influence. And the second is, I think, the current roiling of the domestic tech sector and research community is going to be a more significant influence. So if there is a further tightening on the ability for folks to form firms and turn a profit and grow and scale in the way that we've seen, massive commercial investment is needed to build out strong machine learning technologies in many cases. That could be a much more significant break on Chinese development than anything the US or the Russians would do. But like I said, I don't have a good answer for you.
No, but I think it is an interesting question to look at the different approaches between the EU and the three actors that you've been pointing to, right? Because there are some kind of, in China, data is, the states, and they're producing quite a lot of data because there are quite a lot of people, but their goal might not necessarily be military or the battlefield-focused data, but on national stability. So that's an interesting. I don't have an answer for you, but that's a very interesting discussion to have within these very interesting points that you're making in terms of, but maybe they don't want the same thing. Maybe they want something else, and maybe this is actually really good for China because of that national strategic.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah.
We have a couple of questions from the people watching the live stream. So first question that I think relates to what you mentioned on the regulatory efforts from the European Union when it comes to AI, from Jussi Laatikainen from Leiden University, who's saying, well, it's often repeated that China has a unique position in producing training sets. And it is true. It seems that the same is happening elsewhere with consumer consent. So can you bring some information? Do you think that, for example, what we have, or the whole regulation around data, for example, in the EU, can be a problem for developing AI applications, AI technologies? And what about China, if any of you have comments on China or on the US?
So thank you for the question. I think that's excellent in the context of the fact that there is no AI without qualitative data behind it, and sufficient data, which is the conversation that we were having before. I'd argue that we've had this conversation with the GDPR as well. Oh, well, is GDPR getting in the way of facilitating innovation? The same thing is now with the union's sort of quite audacious, I would say, intention to regulate the use and development of artificial intelligence in this way, particularly the ones that they're classifying as high risk. Having said that, well, isn't innovation in the space of artificial intelligence about problems? So if this is a problem that we're limiting ourselves in terms of the type of data that we can use, or how we label it, or for what purposes we're using it, isn't this exactly the kind of problem that would actually spark innovation? So while what I'm trying to get at, I'm not in the minds of the European leaders, but it could be a different model of innovation as well. It could just pose a different problem to solve. And I can't speak for China because I'm not a China expert. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't help you there.
No, but again, to my point from before, because I think it's relatable, because the EU has a different perception of data in terms of whose data we are actually here to protect, right? This is, consumer data, and that influences what kind of AI innovation that comes out of the European Union compared to China, which is focused, like the data is not individual. The data you're producing is the state's data, right? And it produces different algorithms, different AI solutions. In the US, it's commercial data. at the end. So you have different understandings of data, the way I see it, across these four actors that we are talking about. And those different perceptions of whose data, who's actually at the end of the day owning the data, and who are we here to protect, that speaks to the balkanization, I think, also, that you were talking about, that you actually have different perceptions of data. Maybe you disagree.
But no, I don't disagree. I actually think that context in this case is key. And I think that it goes a little bit beyond, for me, it goes a little bit beyond issues of property over data and issues of how we frame harm, right? Because this is really the key point of access to data and how commercial or state actors use data. Throughout the pandemic, you've seen widespread use of tracking apps that use more or less type of algorithms that we're talking about and collect massive amount of data. Where that goes and how that is regulated, well, that's a very interesting question to pose, including in the context of the European Union, because we're talking about this, and we're still very much in the middle of a democratic system, right? So I think that political context does matter a lot in this case, and you can't discount the fact that, you know, this is the nature of international politics and international actors. They're going to use it for whatever political purposes that they have. And for the Union is going to be to try to uphold the competitiveness of its economy and its democratic values. For the US is going to be the same, with some nuances, right? And for China it's going to be completely different. It's going to be to support the stability of its regime and the party. And for Russia, the same. And that, I'm not talking here in terms of legitimacy, I'm just talking about using the data and using artificial intelligence as a tool of statecraft. And that's the difference, the key difference that we're talking about, actually. It's the fact that technology, just owning a piece of code does not empower you in itself, right? You have to actually be able to devise the strategy and the statecraft, domestically or internationally, than we have been so far. And that's the thing that you were mentioning earlier, is that the need to catch up, to catch up, to catch up. It's the same with Europe as well.
So talking about this and the fact that it also depends should the US be doing data poisoning, and what is the role of values versus interest in this type of operation?
To undermine it. I mean, you know, as I'm listening to you guys, right, Marconi and the war over the radio, right, the influence of the railroad as commercial technologies that have significant military application jump out, and efforts to strategically pick railroad gauges and radio frequencies. And I mean, I think there's significant reasons to expect competition in the fundamental technologies of the domain. In terms of values versus interests, well, somebody could write a book on that, I think. A few political scientists probably already have. I would give the short answer, which is probably that there is an eternal war between these two spaces and that we can't really have interests without values. But there's not going to be a good short answer to that.
I think my answer to that question about the first one, the should question, I think it's going to happen. Like, of course they're going to data poison, because but the question is how, what data are you poisoning? Because if you're poisoning some data that goes into some civilian, but because the rules apply, and we have a next panel that's on international law and all that kind of stuff, so I'll not really get into that part. But it depends on what are your data, like what is the data you're poisoning. So if, like I'll be very surprised if the US military is not data poisoning or are thinking about it or developing algorithms for data poisoning. The question is, the lawyers sitting there, hopefully understanding what's going on, they have some proportionality and discrimination in mind. Yeah, that's my point.
That's a very interesting question. Let me give you the non-politically correct answer. I think that, you know, in the space of intelligence, right, and counterintelligence, you do what's legitimate to do to defend your interests. But in the context of cyber and artificial intelligence, which is what we've been talking about so far, well, I think that the union has been taking one of the key, and I would argue strong aspects of the union's position so far has been that it's made it very clear that its interests and values are very, very closely connected, and that its policy for artificial intelligence is a reflection of both of those. Whether, you know, criticisms leveled at the union, whether, you know, it's efficient to do so or not, that's a different matter. But they've taken this quite strong stance. Now, when it comes to poisoning data, I would argue I'd have to bring up the idea of how efficient it would be. You can try to do it, but how efficient would it be in the context of China and Russia, which are very closed? So your tools would have to be extremely sophisticated. You'd have to be able to have at least some level of stealth so that they don't find out right away or in a limited period of time that you are poisoning their data, so that, you know, you can benefit from the cumulative impact of poisoning the data. And then the third aspect would be, are there any other potentially easier ways to achieve your purpose rather than trying to poison data? And the US, for instance, is very strong on, you know, the code side of things. So instead of trying to poison the data, maybe trying to attack the code would be a much easier. I don't know. It's just as an idea. So there are alternatives. So I would think about it in terms of alternatives rather than just the legitimacy and the proclivity to do that.
Really brief on the interest and values. I mean, that's almost like squaring the circle. It's a hard one, but perhaps a place to start is to contextualize the answer to that and move away from that very strict dichotomy or the idea that we can come up with a single answer. And because doing that, to me at least, it seems like it's often framed in that narrative of great power competition, and then it comes down to US, EU, China, perhaps Russia, and how do you then answer? And that sort of keeps us stuck also in an old way of thinking and like a Cold War mentality, or even before that. And I think a little bit like we discussed earlier on this panel, to try to contextualize also, for instance, in terms of AI, how are they actually using it? With what kind of strategy, in which areas, and why? And trying to break it down also empirically to answer it in perhaps instead of haunting that sort of yes or no or great answer to it.
And what impact it would have on, so presumably you do it, right? This is hypothetical. You do it. What is the ratio between you achieving your goal and you exposing yourself to more risk? Because if you do that to someone like China and Russia, where control over their information systems and over their narratives, political narratives more broadly, are so clearly prioritized strategically, if you do that, then could this be a step to escalation? Could this really push the relationship and the tensions into a completely different sphere that's becoming even more manageable? I mean, that's obviously not true for us, because we have had so far quite the tolerance threshold for attacks, including those that have to do with theft of data, but also poisoning data. But what happens when we try the same thing for Russia and China, and whether this leads to escalation, that's an entirely different conversation to have.
Just three last questions from the audience and people watching the live stream. One still on data poisoning from James Shires. How much depends on the ability to develop proprietary expert cleaning and labeling to face this? One question also for Trey from Leonard Maschmeyer from the ETH Zurich. How do you see the potential risk of exploitation of AI itself, especially more advanced applications going ahead? And finally, maybe one question from Dennis Brothers to all of you. In your opinion, is the tolerable instability a strategic choice for the US or just the best they can aim for under the circumstances?
I thought
we have like 5-6 minutes left, so please, short answers to these three big questions.
Oh, you're looking at me. Okay, so I'm going to start with strategic stability. Those are three excellent questions. But I'm going to tackle strategic stability in the interest of time. I think that probably we're in a phase right now of strategic competition where strategic stability is the immediate goal. Obviously, I think that there's more to it that the US would probably push for, and you know, they've been in a very comfortable situation over the past. Well, I'm discounting the last 20 years, but before that, for 50 years, they've been in a pretty comfortable situation, right? And the Cold War was strategically intense, but it was also relatively stable at the macro level. So whether they're striving for that or not is a key question. I think that that's something that's definitely looked very closely in Europe as well. Whether we prefer to go for stability or whether we prefer to have a different type of engagement with great powers and how we go about that.
Okay, thanks. Trey, you want to
go? See if I can remember. So James's question was exotic or proprietary labeling. Is this right?
Like cleaning and labeling is if data is no longer public, that becomes a really massive issue.
Wait.
So owners of resources can be more.
I do think what you're going to start to see is more defense of data sets in this way, and better integrity checking of data sets as they're evolving over time. We've seen the same thing happen in the open source software community, and obviously the impact for data is far more significant. I remember Dennis's question, but what was the second one?
The second one is, how do you see the potential risks of exploitation of AI itself?
I think it's huge. I mean, these are, so what's interesting is two pieces, one technical, one policy. The technical is that these are non-deterministic programs, and so the ability to understand the logical pathway from start to end of an ML model, like a software program, is different. That's a lot of the black boxing concept we've talked about, that AI produces models that are difficult to understand how they generate the effects that they do, in part because they're so complicated. One of the ways that exploitation happens in a software program is to understand that sequence of logic such that you can use it to your advantage or interrupt it to your advantage. And so I think I don't think it's an answer. Commodity software based on that sort of traditional von Neumann architecture, which is significant. So let me take that for a second. I mean, one of the reasons exploitation is so feasible in a modern software system is that from the 50s we take instructions and we take data and we treat them as the same. And so the ability to pass to something that expects data and instruction and then manipulate it as a result is a huge part of exploitation. So I just think there's going to be a split a little bit in terms of how people exploit, but I do think it's likely to happen. The policy answer is have to, because the way that these machine learning algorithms are being baked into low-level routinized decision-making is too strategically significant to ignore. Really interesting question for you guys I'd love to talk about after. One of the things that I see is that part of the growth for the AI, the push for stronger machine learning techniques in DoD, is not necessarily the RMA, which was principally a post-Cold War, how do we utilize more effectively, how do we network more effectively. It's the operating theater of the Indo-Pacific is too big, and it is too denied to take most of the command and control models that the US has built over the last 50 years. So we have to have things that can operate autonomously, or we can't fight effectively there. Anyway, and then to Dennis's question, I don't think the notion of tolerable instability is unique to the US, full stop. But where it came from, or where we observed it in other places, was in civil wars, where multiple actors, including those that were potentially the proxies of outside states, found that a resolution to the conflict didn't necessarily serve their strategic ends in the same way that a continuation of a low-grade conflict did. So we're doing some work to try to better understand if there's patterns in cyber conflict that can be explained by theory from civil wars and a regular conflict better than from pure conflict. But that was one of them, was this notion of protraction. So I would answer to you, I do think there is some strategic utility for the US to find a level of instability as an equilibrium, but the US in this sense is a very specific part of the security community, not the public's interest as a whole. Hopefully that's some kind of answer.
Do you want to reply in 2 minutes?
I have 2 minutes. I'll spend one. I completely agree with the second question, what Trey just said, so I will not repeat that. My only my answer to Dennis is, it all depends on what we mean by tolerable and what we mean by instability, because that, you know, and that's going to be how that's going to develop. That's how we're going to define those terms. So it's impossible to answer without knowing what those two actually gonna mean, and that's a political discursive development. That was 1 minute.
Thank you, Jeppe. Then I have 1 minute. Well, tolerable instability, I think, isn't it just life? I don't know. No, but I think you're onto something in terms of it also being kind of a paradox, a little bit like the defending forward in the American strategy. And it led me to think, which is the better, instable stability or stable instability? And how to choose between these two, and how we politically keep playing around with things that mean the opposite thing, and then we make them mean the same thing. And that's a political strategy to sort of try to overcome these paradoxes, and there is something analytically to work with. On the strategic note, I guess it is both, I guess, an external pressure, but also a choice, not something that's only forced upon them.
It's good to know that we keep doctoral students in business for a while.
So thank you very much to all of you. I guess if we choose tolerable instability, people working on international law will have a lot of work, and so, which is a good thing, because we're going to restart the conversation at 2:30 p.m. with people talking about international law. So I really look forward to the discussion. Thanks again for being here today, and we will see you in 1.5 hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
dingue, hein?
Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, depending where you are joining us. I am François Delerue, Senior Researcher in Cybersecurity Governance at Leiden University, and I have the privilege to be moderating this last panel of today. We have articulated this conference on 3 streams of challenges on artificial intelligence and conflict in cyberspace. Firstly, the conceptual and operational challenges, which was discussed by the first panel this morning. The second panel focused on the geopolitical and strategic challenges. Thus, we have now to discuss, Thus, we have discussed the challenges related to the conduct of hostilities, as well as to the approach adopted by the states. In this last panel of today, we are focusing on the last stream of challenges, the normative and legal challenges. For this panel, we will hear 2 fascinating presentations on the ethical, normative, and legal matter related to the development of artificial intelligence in cyber international conflicts. Unfortunately, our first speaker, Maria Rosaria Tadeo from Oxford University, was planning to deliver a speech focusing on the ethical principle, cannot join us today. So we'll have 2 fascinating presentations. The first one by Louis Perez from Paris 2 University, who is in person with us today. And we will discuss legal matter related to the law of armed conflict and the relationship between cyber operation and autonomous weapon systems. It will be followed by Jack Kenny from Oxford University and Hebrew University, Jerusalem, who is joining us remotely, and we will be reflecting on how the development of artificial intelligence is challenging the principle of non-intervention, and in particular, the coercive element. After the 2 presentations, we'll have plenty of time for questions. I'm now giving the floor to Louis Perez, and I will kindly ask the 2 speakers to introduce themselves when they start their presentation. Louis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, François. And okay. Oh. Yeah. And thank you for having me today. So I'm Louis Perez, and I'm a PhD candidate in international law in the University Panthéon-Assas in Paris, France. So today I have the pleasure to present my chapter, Is tuxnet the next Skynet autonomous cyber capabilities as lethal autonomous weapon system? It's quite a long title. So first, Stuxnet and Skynet. So I think maybe everyone knows that, but Stuxnet is this cyber program supposedly launched by the US and Israel against the one Iranian human intervention. And on the other hand, Skynet is a totally fictional character from the Terminator movies, which was also a cyber program and a super artificial intelligence. And it was originally designed to automate the US nuclear response. But human lost control over it. So because Stuxnet has been considered as the first autonomous system, well, cyber system, I wondered if it could be the first step toward a Skynet system, and so if Stuxnet is the next Skynet. So to date, of course, I think there is no chance that an autonomous cyber program will become as Skynet and would endanger humanity, and maybe, probably never will. But this does draw attention to how autonomy is increasingly being used in cyber system and how states intend to manage it, especially in light of the potential threats and especially in warfare. So states are aware of the threats, the potential the threats posed by cyber and autonomy, and therefore they have met in international forums to discuss about these new technologies and how international law should apply to these technologies. So these are the 2 international forums. So the first one is related to cyber, with kind of 2 sub-forums, the group of governmental experts and the open-ended working group. And the other one is related to autonomy in weapon systems. And it's related to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, the CCW. And so therefore, yes, it focuses on lethal autonomous weapon system. So despite these both processes, it seems that none of them have ever taken the initiative to analyze the interplay between autonomy and cyber. And given the development of AI and autonomy within warfare, I think it can be assumed that ACC will be increasingly being used in cyber operation in order to enhance their range, their accuracy, and their speed. So there was a gap. Autonomy cyber capabilities are maybe already being used in warfare, but they are not addressed at all by states, at least at the international level. So the chapter, I adopted a specific approach by considering ACC as lethal autonomous weapons systems, as laws, with two objectives. The first one is to provide an international legal framework to ACC. By considering ACC as laws, it implies the application of the CCW discussions related to international law and especially international humanitarian law, which is the law of armed conflict. And so it allows to address the cyber dimension of laws. But it's also the opportunity to stimulate the discussions related to some current cyber issues, especially before the UN Cyber Forum, like the characterization of cyber means as weapon or the applicability of IHL to cyber means. Just a quick methodological clarification. Within the chapter, I focus on state practice. So I only addressed the state statement and the working paper provided by state within the CCW. And from this material, I analyzed how ACC could be seen as laws and how international law could apply to such a system. So the chapter is divided between two parts. The first part addresses the characterization of ACC as laws, and the second part, the application of IHL to these systems. So the first part, the characterization of ACC as laws. Well, the problem is that there is no consensus on the definition of what are laws. Like, nobody knows what are laws, and almost no state has ever directly characterized ACC as law. So due to this absence of definition, several states focus on characteristics and concepts related to laws rather than a general and common definition. So I also followed this approach within the chapter, and I analyzed each word and concept that constitute the expression laws, so autonomy, weapon, and lethality. And I did that in order to see if, according to states' understanding and interpretation of such a concept, well, ACC could maybe fit in the definition of each of these concepts. So the result is that there is no consensus as well among states regarding each of these concepts, and I think maybe I will focus now on autonomy because it's one of the most debated concept within the CCW. And if we take the example of Stuxnet, the cyber operations Stuxnet, according to some states' definition of autonomy, Stuxnet is just an automated system because it just like it followed the steps that were designed by humans in its code, and it's even if it was very complex action and it acted alone for a long time, it just just applied a code. But on the other hand, if you take other definition of states of autonomy, well, they consider that not only because it acted by itself without any human control, but also because it acted in kind of unpredictable way because it propagated all around the world and it was maybe not the first intent of states. well, they characterize it as autonomous. So it's the same for weapons. States have different understanding of what constitutes a weapon. Some have a very traditional view, like fire guns or bombs, and others say, well, any object that could kill or damage anything is a weapon. So it depends, depending on the definition, it will depend if cyber can be seen as a weapon or not. And for lethality, it's not related to what is lethality, but it's more if lethality is relevant or not to define a lethal autonomous weapon. And many states argue that lethality was not a concept within IHL, and lethal weapon can comply with IHL. So, due to the various position, to the variety of the states' position on the characterization of laws, there is a kind of possibility to characterize ACC as laws, because these capabilities can be understood as autonomous, as a weapon, and if relevant, as lethal. And there is one state that admits such assertion, which is Portugal in this year. And it stated that an actor in the possession of laws may use them as a cyber threat. And for example, laws could be used for attacks against persons, facilities, or networks located abroad in violation of international law. So depending on the definition that will be adopted by the CCW, the scope of the relevant cyber means will be reduced or not. And for example, if states required some self-adaptative capabilities to define the ACC as law, to define the laws, well, tuxnet is out of this scope. So the second part is about applying IHL to ACC as laws, and I especially focus because there are a lot of subjects discussed. CCW is an IHL convention, as I just said, so it's obvious. Whereas for cyber means, it's still an open question, and there are still some states that refuse to recognize the application of IHL to cyber means. So there is kind of a synergy between the both forum by recognizing ACC as laws. Well, the states who do that has to recognize that IHL apply to at least some cyber means. Regarding the application of IHL, so I again divided the chapter between this part between two parts. The legal review, state has the obligation to conduct legal review for new means of warfare and the principle of IHL. So regarding the legal review, it's really one of the main subjects before the CCW, whereas within the UN Cyber Forum, it's almost never been discussed until this year, I think. And so again, by characterizing ACC as laws, it just stimulates the debate, and states has to wonder if and how they should conduct a legal review over cyber means and of course over autonomous cyber capabilities. And finally, I confront ACC as laws to IHL principles and also to human control. And I conclude that on the one hand, cyberspace can mitigate the risks related to autonomy, because some say that the cyber environment is less chaotic and more predictable than the real world. And for example, it relies on less sensors, like human recognition maybe less useful for cyber dimension. And on the other hand, cyberspace create also new risks for the use of ACC as laws, like cyber operation can expand, has the potential to expand very far, and it implies also new targets such as data. So from that, I conclude that there is a need to adapt IHL to these autonomous cyber capabilities. And yes, so to conclude, the main purpose of the chapter was really to put the subject of ACC on the table and to warn states that this subject matter and it's not addressed anywhere within the international area. So it has to be, whether in the CCW, the UN forum, the UN Cyber Forum, or in a new, maybe a new forum. And to open the discussion, I only address the CCW that only focus on armed conflict. However, I assume that ACC, autonomous cyber capabilities, will be used also under the threshold of an armed conflict. So I think it's also something that state has to address, and not only the part related to armed conflict. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Louis, for your presentation. That was very interesting. And I think one of the very interesting elements you mentioned, and I'm sure we'll come back to that, is the fact that, yes, you have two parallel streams of discussions, one on cybersecurity, one more on the arms control, which has this dimension with little autonomous weapons. And that's interesting to see how we have these two parallel discussions, but without that many connections, and that you try to bridge actually the two. And also to see that in some ways, the way you do that is a discussion that we saw already with cybersecurity when you talk about weapons, autonomy, and lethality, using the definition of autonomous weapons to bridge it to cybersecurity. Because in some ways, these are very old questions for international lawyers when we talk about the use of force. Because there is this traditional approach that it's maybe related to weapons, maybe related to a type of activity. And at the end, what we see today is there is so many types of weaponaries that are not traditional weapons that we need to go beyond this approach. So that's interesting because that's really resonates with a lot of research we already saw. And yeah, your last part also mentioning that, yes, we have this discussion in the context of the use of force, the context of the armed conflict, but maybe we need also to broaden the discussion and think that, yeah, autonomous weapons may be used outside of conflict. So that's a very interesting question. We will now have the second speaker, Jack Kenny, who is joining us remotely. So, Jack, can you hear us?
Hi, Francois.
Hi.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
So you can see my slides?
Now we can see you. We don't see your slides. Wait. Okay. So the audience will see your slides and we will be seeing you. So it's a way it will be working normally.
Sorry, the audience will be seeing my slides.
Okay, so it's working now. So you can go ahead. You can with your presentation.
Okay, am I in control of them, or are they being controlled on that end?
You are in control, so you can control your slides, and we are seeing it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so my name's Jack Kenny. I'm a DPhil candidate in public international law at the University of Oxford and a research fellow at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. My chapter focuses on, it uses advanced artificial intelligence techniques as a case study to challenge and explore the understanding and limits of the coercion element, which is required to establish a prohibited intervention in international law. As an overview of my presentation, first I'll give a general introduction to the principle of non-intervention before discussing in more detail the element of coercion in the context of electoral interference. I'll then discuss advanced artificial intelligence techniques and the challenges they present. And finally, I'll briefly summarize the arguments presented in my chapter. There's currently widespread agreement among states that existing international law applies in cyberspace, as reflected in the reports of the UN group of governmental experts on developments in the field of information and telecommunications in the context of international security, and the final report of the UN open-ended working group on developments in the field of information and telecommunications in the context of international security. The vast majority of cyber operations occur below the threshold of the use of force. There's considerable uncertainty around the application of international law to cyber operations below this threshold, effectively resulting in so-called grey zones where the application of rules is unsettled. The principle of non-intervention in customary international law derives from the principle of sovereignty. It prohibits a state from intervening by coercive means in matters within another state's sovereign powers. In the Nicaragua case, the International Court of Justice identified two elements that are required for an unlawful intervention. First, that the activity involves methods of coercion in regards to such choices, and second, that it must bear on matters in which a state is permitted by the principle of state sovereignty to decide freely. That is what's commonly referred to as the domain reservé, or areas where states are free from international rules. The ICJ identified the choice of a political system as an example of an area within a state's domain reservé, and in the cyber context, a number of states have made references to elections as being encompassed within a state's domain reservé. So cyber activities by foreign states that affect either the process by which elections are conducted or their outcome may qualify as a prohibited intervention, so long as the coercion element is satisfied. The non-intervention principle is generally understood to involve a relatively high threshold of violation because of the requirement of the behaviour on the part of the perpetrating state to be coercive in nature, although there's no clear definition of the term coercion in international law. The focus of analysis of this chapter is therefore on the element of coercion, and the domain reservé criterion is left to one side. Drawing on the text of the Declaration on Friendly Relations, the Tallinn Manual 2.0 group of experts surmised coercion refers to an affirmative act designed to deprive another state of its freedom of choice, that is, to force that state to act in an involuntary manner or involuntarily refrain from acting in a particular way. In other words, the act is not merely influencing the choice of a state, but the choice to act or not has been rendered no longer viable. In this sense, a distinction is made in the literature between direct interference in an election, such as a cyber operation targeting voting systems to disrupt or alter the results of an election, and indirect interference, which may consist of disinformation campaigns on online platforms to influence voter behaviour. While direct interference in an electoral process is capable of being coercive in nature and so may constitute a prohibited intervention, it's generally understood that what may be referred to as indirect interference, merely influencing voter behaviour, whereby the choice remains a free choice of the person to vote in an election, does not rise to the threshold and is therefore lawful. Under this position, it's argued that the threshold is seldom met. The vast majority of hostile cyber operations therefore would only implicate a possible violation of sovereignty, which in itself is a very contentious issue. Advanced artificial intelligence techniques may play a role in indirect interference operations in a number of ways that seek to influence the behaviour of an electorate. artificial intelligence technology allows actors to create numerous accounts on social media platforms using machine learning to generate fake user profiles and user profile photos.
I think
from existing opinion. This can be used.
Sorry, we lost you for 1 minute. If you can, yeah, restart there.
Should I restart at the beginning of this slide, or was it before that?
Just at the beginning of this slide, yeah.
Sure.
Sorry for that.
Advanced artificial intelligence techniques play a role in indirect interference, operations in a number of ways that might, for example, seek to influence the behavior of an electorate. Artificial intelligence technology allows actors to create numerous accounts on social media platforms using machine learning to generate fake user profiles and profile photos from existing user data, which can then be controlled as bots en masse to spread false or misleading articles and give the impression that many citizens of a state share a particular view or opinion. This can be used to create a herd mentality during an election cycle, enabling foreign actors to have a far more pervasive and convincing effect in influencing voter behavior than if these profiles and their activity had to be created and maintained manually. Deepfakes are another example. They're synthetic media in which a person in an existing image or video is replaced by someone else's likeness. While the act of faking content is not new, deepfakes leverage powerful techniques from machine learning and artificial intelligence to manipulate or generate visual and audio content with a high potential to deceive. The development and availability of open source software for content creation has removed barriers relating to expertise and hardware requirements, enabling anyone with time and access to cloud computing to run sophisticated machine learning processes and graphical rendering. The technology is improving at a rapid pace, and experts predict that deepfakes may soon be indistinguishable from genuine videos. We've already seen several high-profile incidents of deepfakes used to discredit heads of state or incite political action, which may be mentioned as examples. In Gabon, the military launched an unsuccessful coup following the release of an allegedly fake video which suggested the president's ill health was compromising his ability to govern. In Malaysia, a video purporting to show the economics affairs minister engaging in a sexual encounter caused reputational damage. And in Belgium, a deepfake was released of the Prime Minister giving a speech linking the COVID-19 outbreak to environmental damage to call for action on climate change. But to take for a moment a hypothetical example, if you imagine on the eve of an election, an incumbent head of state appears to announce that the election was cancelled or postponed, or that the individual was conceding or withdrawing from the race, the video of which spreads virally online, resulting in a significant number of voters not casting their vote on the day of the election. Or imagine a similar scenario where a significant proportion of an electorate were convinced by deepfake material to vote for an opposing candidate. The question arises whether influence operations that would not be considered direct interference, referred to in the literature as an attack on electoral systems or infrastructure to alter election results or disable those voting systems, whether this could still amount to coercion and therefore constitute a prohibited intervention. In the context of these issues, the chapter makes the following arguments. Firstly, based on the existing source of international law, that the non-intervention principle is capable of a broader application where the coercion requires a degree of pressure to deprive the target state of control of its state functions. That the use of advanced AI techniques in influence operations do not change or alter the criteria on which coercion is evaluated. However, they amplify the scale of the effects that's possible to achieve from indirect interference operations, which increases the likelihood that such activity could interfere with a democratic state's inherent right to run free and fair elections, and may therefore constitute a prohibited intervention. In that sense, they may be said to constitute a challenge to the traditional understanding that mere influence alone is not coercive, and therefore may not qualify as a prohibited intervention. And finally, although it remains early days in relation to states announcing their positions on how the principle of non-intervention applies to cyber operations with any granularity, states several states have generally referred to cyber operations targeting election infrastructure to alter the results of elections as a prohibited intervention. However, in the last year, advanced artificial intelligence techniques. And so I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That was very interesting. So yeah, it's true, like the principle of non-intervention in international law and its applicability of cyberspace is a very important topic of discussion today for different reasons, because we have these different approaches on sovereignty. So you need to find what will be the space of non-intervention, which is one of the big questions. But also, yes, because you need to define what will be the threshold of application with this question of what will be the coercive element. And that's a very interesting element of your presentation, how to define that. And then how this definition we have tried to look for, we have tried to find in the past years, in the past decades, are now challenged by the development of deepfake, where finally ultimately with a rather indirect form of influence, we managed to have a rather effective effect on the election, for example, or on the functioning of a state, as you were showing with the German statement. So that was very interesting. Thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have questions on that. So please do not hesitate to ask us questions. If you are joining online, you can post them on the chat and my colleagues will pass them to me. And same thing for people in the room. I have already one question from Andrew Dwyer from Durham University, who was talking on the first panel this morning, and who is asking a question for Louis. Do you think there are tensions in using a legal autonomous weapon system with regard to autonomous cyber capabilities, especially when the majority of cyber conflict is below armed conflict?
Yeah, I think that the thing I was stating at the end of my intervention, that probably main of the autonomous cyber capabilities will be outside the scope of armed conflict and therefore not really related to the lethal autonomous weapon system. So I try to address the ACC because the CCW is today the only forum where the states discuss about autonomy and conflict. So it was the easiest way to address the ACC, but I assume that we need another forum to discuss the majority of ACC. I don't know if I really...
No, that's a very interesting answer, but maybe if I may build a bit on that, yeah. What I would be interested to hear from you, since you are working on this topic and it's something you have some better knowledge than we do, is do you think it should be another forum? Do you think it could be the same forum where we broaden the scope of the discussion? So yes, the discussion has been focusing on IHL because of where it has been starting, but should we actually expand it there to have a more continuous approach? Or should it be two different discussions in two different forums? Because it's always one of the issues. Yeah. I mean, it's a bit also what you criticized in your presentation when you say there is a GGE talking about cybersecurity and we have the laws discussion somewhere else.
Well, actually, I think it should maybe the UN Cyber Forum and the GGE and the open-ending working group that should address the autonomy question, rather than the CCW that should expand. Because I feel like the UN Cyber forums are broader, and it's just that so far they just do not kind of have the the will to address autonomy, even though in the last report, I think of the chair's summary of the open-ended working group, it addressed that autonomy was something we should worry about. But I think because the UN cyber is specialized on cyber, it should address the autonomous cyber capabilities. It should develop some knowledge about autonomy, rather than creating a new forum. Unless if, and there are some discussion about this, we create a kind of new forum related to AI, very general international forum, and therefore, yes, maybe this forum could address autonomous cyber capabilities.
Okay, so Jerry, who is in the audience for Jack, would you say that Western state position on non-intervention, and more precisely on indirect interference, so this distinction you are making in your presentation, is changing, making the 1970s declarations on this issue more consensual than it was when it was adopted by the UNGA?
I think that's a very interesting question. It's very early days still in terms of what the detail that states are going into. It's only several states that have specifically referred to elections in this context, but an increasing number of states are releasing their positions or announcing their positions. As I said, in this year, there's been a few more who have provided more detailed statements, Germany being probably the most detailed statement. But I'm not sure that it would be possible to make that argument yet. I think it's also important to remember this is a very Western-centric group of states whose statements we might be referring to, a very small number of them. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the debate is other states share those views, especially those that participate in the UN groups, where there's often issues of contention around sovereignty and the principle.
Okay, yeah, that's a very interesting element to see whether it will be evolving, but it's true, like, we lack a bit of practice and we lack a bit of statement from some states, and that's the element we are still looking. But it's something I found very interesting in your presentation also, is the fact that you refer to a very high threshold when you were talking about non-intervention, which is not something we see all the time in the literature. In my own research, I was not following a very high threshold. I tend to have a broader approach on this question, so that was very interesting for me. I will take another question. We have a question from Dennis Brothers, who says that often international look at single incidents, so deepfake in Gabon, Malaysia, and Belgium, the one you were mentioning in your presentation. But can you also determine a breach of non-intervention on the basis of a campaign, so the accumulation of different cyber operational different events? And do you think it's where we are actually aiming with the approach of the state, or where maybe we will be aiming in terms of international relation on these questions?
The distinction between an individual incident and its role in what may be a larger campaign of for example, electoral interference or influence operation. This has been referenced both in the literature and in statements by states. There is therefore some support that individual incidents which form part of a larger collective operation may be considered as a whole to constitute a prohibited intervention, whereas the individual incidents themselves maybe not. But again, very, very difficult to say at this stage, but it is something that's been discussed.
But maybe you could give us what should be your own take on that question with your research and with the way you have been apprehending these questions, because it's true that one of the difficulty we see here is when you take isolated incidents, when you take isolated cyber operations, they tend to be in a lot of circumstances below a certain threshold. So maybe with the high threshold for the violation of non-intervention, you remain below that. But it's true also we see, or we discuss more and more cases where you will have accumulation of different cyber operation or different type of acts, actually, which may not be also only cyber. But do you think that, because we have this discussion, for example, about the use of force, and there is all this discussion now saying that a single cyber operation may not amount to a use of force, but the accumulation of them will lead to a cumulative use of force, for example. Do you think we could go in that direction with non-intervention, or you think we will, I mean, from your perspective as a researcher, I'm not asking you to put your faith in those of a policymaker, but do you think it's a viable way of seeing the question?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in my view, where I'm arguing that coercion, as you say, from your research, as well, a more broad approach, where I argue that coercion requires a degree of pressure to deprive the target state of control over its state functions, then in that sense, yes, my view would be that larger campaigns of influence operations as a whole would be, it would be possible to qualify those as prohibited interventions, and they may be coercive in nature. Whereas individual incidents or operations which comprise those larger campaigns may not in and of themselves be coercive.
Okay.
Maybe I have a remark.
Okay, Louis? Yeah,
yeah, I just have a thought, and I found a parallel between our both presentations. I think in your presentation, what AI changed, it's that it's because of the scales and the effects of such operation. It goes from indirect interference toward direct interference. So basically, just the effect that produces AI that change kind of everything. And in my presentation, I feel like I do not address it in the chapter, but states are kind of struggling by finding definition of what is autonomy, what are laws, and what is AI and stuff like that. And when I was drafting the chapter, I was like, why do they take so much time to try to define the object, whereas they could just address directly the effects. And I think your presentation demonstrates that states should really focus more on the effect rather than on AI and concept for the regulation. So regulate the effects rather than whatever is AI and systems. So maybe just kind of big general principle that could address all the various effects produced by AI, or something I'm thinking of it.
But that's a comment that resonates actually with the whole discussion on how international applies to both artificial intelligence and to cyber operations, because this is always the debate we have, that people bring on the table this question. Yes, but international is very slow in the making, even slower than domestic law. And will it be able to cope with the technical development? And one of the main differences with domestic law is actually international law is built in a flexible way. And this is what it is actually focusing on usually. It's more on the effect rather than on controlling each technology. Then there are specific rules on the technologies. But it's true, like, it's also one of the difference maybe on one of these aspects where there is a better way to take into account. But then the problem is we need interpretation, and we need to be able to apply it in a concrete way, to implement it. And this is where we actually need to have a more concrete understanding of the technologies. So, but that's interesting because it's kind of with international law two-way questions, I would say. Maybe we have a very interesting question, but it's a very legal question from the audience, from Lena Rieke from Leiden University. And we're asking a question about the formation or the development of customary international law. And the question is that arguably states with a stronger cyber capabilities have a greater ability to influence the development of norms of customary international law on new techs such as lethal autonomous weapons, which then may become part of customary international law, may become binding for all states. To what extent does it cast a doubt on the legitimacy of international law as a means to regulate emerging technology? So the question is really that you have states with stronger capabilities that are more likely to influence the development of new norms, new rules, new principles of international law, or also to influence their interpretation. And in some ways, what Jack was mentioning when you mentioned the fact that we have a limited number of states putting publicly their position in international laws, that's also a way to influence these debates. But here we are going one step further with the debate on customary international law and the legitimacy of international law.
The way I see things is that if you take the classical sources of international law, like treaty or customary international law, in my opinion, like every state has the equal voice than others. And I've seen that within the CCW, there are, I mean, of course, Russia, China, and US have very strong position, but as you see, like Portugal also made this statement about ACC, and I thought it was very interesting. So I do not think that stronger states has a better voice for the formation of classical sources of international law. And concerning customary law, I think it's not the best tool for address new technologies because it takes so much time to assess what is a customary rule. But on the other hand, I think the best way to address AI, for example, is some alternative kind of rules with kind of soft law, for example. And when you deal with soft law, there I think stronger state has a stronger influence on what will constitute the norms that apply to AI. So this is the problem. The classical international law is not very suitable for AI, in my opinion. However, if we go towards soft law, well, it will be the norms of stronger states.
But the thing is, customary international law is actually the fact that you are developing soft law, you have a practice that is developing, and that will be identified in 20, if we are very lucky, more like 50 or 100 years, as a basis to form customary international law. It's true, like if you think the way you presented, which is going in the same direction that Lena was pointing, is yes, those soft law norms, rules, or principles are made
can contribute to the formation of customary international law, but I wouldn't say that it's the unique thing. So I guess it contributes to it, but yeah, no, there is also other factors, and it's not because I don't know if the US and China agreed, for example, on one principle, one soft law principle, that this will be a part of the customary international law in 20 or 30 years, in my opinion.
Okay. Jack, do you want to reflect on that? Do you have?
Yeah, I'd just actually like to mention, as you were discussing that, I think in the context of cyber operations, and this question, it's interesting to also think about the UN fora, which we've discussed. I mean, you have the GGE, which is made up of a limited number of states who are invited. And then you have the OEWG as a parallel forum, which is open to all interested states. So that in itself is something worth considering, where you have the GGE process, which has been going on for many numbers of years now, which has been a driving force behind states discussing and moving towards some agreement on how rules apply. But it's a limited number of states.
Yes, I agree on the limited number of states. What I find really interesting on what we have and what we saw actually this summer with the release of the compendium by the United Nations, where we have a bit more states now putting their position publicly, is still, there is very limited controversy between the states. So we have the debate on sovereignty, which remains a big one, but we don't have that many different positions on other questions, and that's very interesting in this evolution. We have a question from Jussi Latikainen from Leiden University, who is also asking a question for Louis. Since ultimately everything can be weaponized, in what particular context you would define ACC as laws? So maybe rephrasing a bit that.
Can you repeat the question?
So the question is to ask you, because it's true, like it's very difficult to define what would be a weapon and what you draw as a boundary. So at the end, the question that may be asked is, do you think there is clear boundaries where cyber operations, cyber capabilities would not fall within these categories, or kind of everything kind of turned towards that direction?
Well, according to some states, and from the state's position and state statement within the CCW, it's any capabilities, so any cyber capabilities that will be used to harm or to damage or to kill someone. So basically, this is a weapon for those states.
Okay.
And this is my answer.
It's always a difficult question to find where to draw those lines.
I'm not going to give a general and consensual definition of a weapon, but I'm just giving what
we were expecting from you today on your paper. That would be very useful for us. It's what we have been waiting for. Is there any other questions, or should we close there? Any final remarks from the speakers? Jack, do you want to give a final remark on your presentation?
No, I don't think I actually have anything to add, apart from I don't want to re-go over my arguments, but no, it's been a very interesting couple of questions afterwards, and I think Louis is correct in drawing some parallels with our presentations, which I thought was really interesting.
Do you want to add something?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, so thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. Jack for joining us remotely, Louis for being with us today. I am now happy to give the floor to Frédéric Douzet, who will be doing the closing remarks for our conference today.
Thank you very much, Francois. And I would like to thank everybody for a wonderful conference. I learned a lot. It was quite fascinating, and I would like to thank all the organizers for a very smooth organization and all the participants for their great contributions and for all these meaningful discussions. So I think we discussed a very important subject, and I believe this subject, as was demonstrated here, is sort of a blind spot in international discussions, because we discuss in a forum conventional arms and lethal autonomous systems. We discuss within the GGE, the open-ended working group, the security and stability of cyberspace, and the norms of responsible behavior, rules of the road, but we don't really discuss artificial intelligence in that forum. And then we discuss in other forums the ethics of artificial intelligence. But there is no real discussion at the intersection of these different debates discussing both cyber conflict and artificial intelligence and what should be the legal and ethical framework for this. So I think this was a very, very important subject and a very important policy issue as well. It's a question that raises a lot of ethical and political questions, as we've seen during the discussions. And it was very interesting for me because these are some of the questions that are raised in the other context of the French Defense Ethics Committee, which I belong to, that was actually created to advise the Minister of Defense in France on the use of digital technologies by the armed forces. And it's really interesting to see that some of the questions we discuss among ourselves are important for the armed forces, and I believe that the research that is conducted by all the participants here is really meaningful to inform the decision makers. And there are two subjects that we've been discussing lately. One is the digital environment of the combatant, and we've talked here about the risk of dehumanization, how artificial intelligence can interfere with the decision-making process with the chain of command. And these are very concrete questions for the armed forces. And it also echoes discussions about the lethal autonomous systems and what level autonomy there should be in those lethal weapon systems. Should a weapon system be able to choose its own target, which could actually be possible when you talk about using artificial intelligence in cyber weapons? Should we keep the human in the loop? And if so, how do we do this? And it's interesting because, so this report was made public, and if you end up reading it, you will see that a lot of the questions we discussed here were also addressed there, but we have many more questions, so it's very interesting to have this research going on. And we developed the concept of partially autonomous systems, which aim to keep the human in the loop, keep human supervision, meaning lethal weapons systems that integrate some autonomy but are not fully autonomous. So that raises one of the first questions that was addressed within this conference, which was, so yeah, it's a good idea to keep the human in the loop, but can we actually do it? How much does a human understand of these systems? How do we keep is it even possible to keep the human in the loop? And on the one hand, it's important for accountability and for responsibility, but that means that we know how to make sure that artificial intelligence doesn't end up being a black box that becomes so complex that it goes beyond their understanding of the people who are actually supposed to supervise it. And I think we have a real issue here in the academic world about training a new generation of people who can be at the interface of those who understand very well these systems and those who understand policy issues and strategic issues in order to be able, on the one hand, to inform political and strategic decisions, but also to operate a real supervision of these processes and even democratic supervision if possible. Another question that was raised up front and throughout the entire discussion is the fact that artificial intelligence is not neutral. Of course, it has bias. It is the produce of the data we feed it with, but it's also shaped by our geopolitical representations. So artificial intelligence very much reflects biases in our societies, whether there are political biases, but also racial or social biases, and it does have consequences. In addition, it's only what we make of it in the sense that even if we feed it with a lot of data, it doesn't give a full picture. There are cognitive bias. It provides only a partial view of the reality, and it lacks interaction with other humans, which is a strong limitation. And among all the bias we talked about today, I think there is one that was addressed by a lot of speakers, which is the issue of the securitization of artificial intelligence. So that's understood because we're overall in a context of terrorism, in a context of the return of great power competition on the global scene. And in the specific context as well of the rivalry between the United States and China, which seems to be becoming the new defining strategic paradigm that really shapes a lot of decisions regarding technology and regarding artificial intelligence in particular, probably also because China has stated very clearly its political will to become a leader in artificial intelligence and has been investing a lot in developing its research, and has access also to huge amounts of data in order to develop its artificial intelligence. So this securitization is, on the one hand, we can understand it by the geopolitical context and the exacerbation of geopolitical tension and competition between great powers and United States and China. But we can also see it as the securitization of cyberspace in general, which has been well documented by the academic literature, meaning that it really became a national security issue, and that perception of a threat to national security have been prevailing over many other perceptions of cyberspace, and it has justified exceptional means to develop cyber defense, but also cyber offensive capabilities in many governments. And of course, the ultimate geopolitical representation that shows this level of securitization is the representation of cyberspace as a warfighting domain. We've also heard during the conference today that this securitization is also the result of the link between technology and military superiority, which dates back to the 50s in the United States and is really deeply ingrained in military culture, especially in the United States, according to, I mean, that's the paper we had. And that really shows that this link between technology and superiority is right now in favor of developing artificial intelligence. It could be something else next if AI doesn't deliver its promises. But the reason also why at this moment it's so important is because AI has clearly become perceived as a new component of power in the great power competition. So it's really part of the international competition, which explains that it comes up in the debate, and we had a very interesting presentation on this, the debate about So this securitization and these fears lead to this idea of the need to control that was also addressed a lot today. And this desire to have control over the technology and to control the superiority of the technology has been encouraging the development of offensive capabilities. And this perception of the need to have offensive capabilities seems to prevail in the investments over the use of AI for defense purpose. And that it was interesting because we had discussions about cyber operations, but also a lot of discussions about influence operations. And in both cases, we see that artificial intelligence can be used for offense, but it can also be used for defense. But it seems in the case of cyber offensive operations that offense seems to prevail over defense, and that we seem to be engaged in an artificial intelligence arms race. So in turn, this raises a very interesting question that was asked by the audience, such as should the United States or any other power engaged in data poisoning, for example. And I think it raises fascinating questions, and it links back to the ethical issues that I addressed at the beginning, because it really asks the questions, can you really do a surgical strike with artificial intelligence? And wouldn't that be a red line? So I found this question really intriguing, because first, if you start thinking, well, yes, we can decide that we do data poisoning, then you might create a precedent and then make it legitimate for any other actor across the globe to conduct data poisoning. And then you don't control whether it's going to actually be surgical and limited to exactly what you wanted to do or not. But then I think it could backfire in many, many other ways. And that raises the questions of the broader risks associated with this AI arms race. Because we've been discussing AI in the context of cyber conflicts, but on the other hand, artificial intelligence is mostly used for other activities. And we've seen that the data is very difficult to separate out, and all these networks, all this environment, this cyberspace, is a shared space between the military, but also the civil society, the private actors, a whole set of actors that use it for very different reasons, and for economic activities, for social activities. And it is very, I mean, these offensive operations raise the risks that one action that's conducted for military reasons or for military superiority might have consequences in other domains. We've seen that with cyber attacks. We've seen attacks a risk that it affects directly the stability of societies, because our societies are now fully dependent on digital technologies and digital data. So the consequences could be also on our ability to run services like hospitals, like power grids, like all kinds of infrastructures, or just even even like basic services for our societies. And the more we develop the digital transformation of our societies, the more we rely on this data, on these networks, on these technologies, and the more vulnerable we are to those potentially systemic risks. But it's interesting that when we are in security and defense discussions, the perception of a geopolitical risk and the perception of the great power competition tends to prevail over the systemic risk, and that tends to be this perception of a geopolitical risk to be one of the main drivers for artificial intelligence arms race. So that raises the question of, in turn, how do we walk back from that securitization? And I think we've heard from some of the speakers that it requires to think about artificial intelligence in a different way. And for example, how can artificial intelligence help solve complex challenges? Complex challenges in the military, like cyber defense, like countering disinformation or infodemics, as it was called today, but also complex challenges for our society. For example, we've seen during the pandemic how crucial and how much we relied on digital technology to create a vaccine in no time, to track the pandemic, and that means that we need also to be able to rely on solid data if we want to address complex issues such as climate change. So if we start poisoning data, we're not sure where it will stop and what cascading consequences ultimately it could have. And I think it's important also to think through, because of all these reasons, the legal and the ethical framework for all the AI-powered attacks. And to address these issues while raising awareness about the broader risks related to the AI arms race. So I mentioned at the beginning the Ethics Committee in France because I think it's a very interesting initiative, and I think it would be really interesting to replicate this initiative in many states so that each state could elaborate and share ethical guidelines regarding the use of digital technologies in the armed forces. But of course, it's as important, even more important, to discuss these issues at the international level, how international law applies to the weaponization of AI in cyberspace or autonomous cyber capabilities as lethal autonomous weapon systems. I said it. How should soft law, how could it be leveraged, and what are the other legal instruments that could be used in order to encourage self-restraint, in order to encourage responsible behavior, for ultimately limiting the risks associated to the use of AI for cyber conflicts. So basically, I think it's really important to put this issue on the table, both for the academic community, but also very importantly for the international community. And that's exactly what this conference did today, so congratulations to all.
Thank you very much, Frederic, for this closing remark. You offered a very good overview of the different discussion and this very rich discussion we had today. And I'm sure you are also leaving us with a lot of questions that will lead to very interesting research in the future. So that's great also for this day. I would like to thank all the speakers who were with us today, either in person, here in the Hague, or we were connecting remotely. And in the name of the organizers, the Hague Program for Cyber Norms and GEODE, I would like to thank all the people who attended this event and who engaged with our speaker all along the day. Thank you very much, and I'm wishing you a nice end of the day and a nice weekend.